qui se trouve à la tribune d'honneur. A montré quelle était la volonté de cette communauté d'établir de nouvelles normes, d'innover. Et ce sont les innovations que de nombreuses personnes comme moi ont décidé de consacrer des années d'études pour comprendre ce qu'est la CEDEAO, pour comprendre quel était ce chemin de constitution de cette communauté économique régionale. Bien sûr, nous n'allons pas reprendre ici tous les détails, mais toujours est-il que maintenant, le changement fait partie de la vie. Le changement est constant et il faut savoir comment utiliser ce changement à notre profit. Les organisations qui ne sont pas capables de s'adapter au changement seront éliminées petit à petit. Alors parlons de changement.
The reality of the moment is that we have some 470 million West Africans on the continent.
De la population mondiale et l'âge moyen est de 18 ans. Et donc, ce n'est pas étonnant qu'il faille parler de dialogue intergénérationnel. Le changement en Afrique de l'Ouest, nous devons l'adopter avec les nouvelles technologies dont se serviront ces futures générations dynamiques. Le changement veut dire que ces jeunes vont apprendre de nouvelles manières de vivre, d'être plus mobiles que les plus anciennes générations. La CEDEAO, si elle veut devenir une CEDEAO des peuples, cela veut dire qu'elle sera la génération, la CEDEAO de ces futures générations de jeunes en raison de leur grand nombre et en raison des grands défis que devront surmonter ces jeunes. La CEDEAO des peuples, c'est un slogan que nous avons tous adopté en tant qu'universitaires, en tant que diplomates, en tant qu'analystes des peuples. C'est un slogan que nous avons tous.
This period in the world, for this period for ECOWAS at the age of 50, means that we're reaching a milestone moment. And it offers us an opportunity to look back in order to look forward. That looking back in order to look forward means that we can reimagine collectively a shared future in West Africa, a shared future across generations. And that's why it gives me great pleasure to be working with our partners, Amandla, Kodesria, Wati, to be working together with ECOWAS to have a conversation, albeit sometimes a difficult one, about the future. And I look in this room today, I see an ECOWAS of peoples really being in conversation. And I want to warmly welcome you on behalf of my colleagues at the African Leadership Center. I want to welcome you to today's debate, today's discussion, and the conference that follows. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. the promise of ECOWAS of peoples is under threat, which all of us have a collective responsibility to ensure that we wade away that threat. Please put your hands together again for Professor Olonishakin. Let me now invite Dr. Godwin Murunga, Executive Director, CODESRA, to deliver his remarks. And after his remarks, he will invite Dr. Fayemi to give his remarks. Dr. Murunga, please put your hands together for him.
Thank you very much, Program Director. The Commissioner for Political Affairs at ECOWAS, Dr. Abdul Fattah Musa, the co-founders of Amandla Institute, Dr. Kayode Fayemi and BC Adele Fayemi, Vice President, International Engagement and Services at King's College, Fumi Olonishakin, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. If you don't greet me, the meeting won't go on. Good morning. Yeah, there needs to be some energy in the room. Thank you very much. I want first to begin by acknowledging the presence among us of distinguished guests, partners who have jointly helped us organize this meeting.
No, it's what you wrote
and
here.
in particular,
Yes.
our keynote speaker, Professor Abdullahi Batili, who has joined us, and to appreciate the very fact that all of you collectively took time out of your very busy schedules to join us for this meeting, which I believe is very important on the question of West African regional cooperation. But in doing so, I also want to put it on record that I need to establish my credentials to be attending a meeting of ECOWAS, knowing very well that I come from Kenya, and what business do I have coming into an ECOWAS meeting? I run an organization called CODESRA, which is headquartered in Dakar, Senegal. And even though Professor Pendambo will say that my Wolof is not good enough to be able to be accepted as West African, I have really tried to establish those credentials. Part of those credentials, of course, are on the fact that, and I can see Kayode looking at me, I'm a honorary member of a Kitty State. Okay, so, but on a more serious note, CODESRA is in fact a premier social science research organization headquartered in Dakar, but doing its work across the continent, covering all the countries of the continent. And its impact has been felt in virtually each and every country on the continent, mobilizing research among university scholars and ensuring that they are able to articulate ideas that would be relevant not just for Africa, but in particular to regional organizations. And over the past several years, we are only 52 years old, shy of 53 years, we've been able to produce knowledge that is relevant to the work that ECOWAS does. And that makes us a very important partner in the work of regional cooperation integration in West Africa. And this therefore raises the important question to the extent to which we can talk about regional integration in 2025 as if it is something that we have set on our agenda as a permanent work in progress that will never really achieve notable gains. In 1969, a great son of Nigeria, the late Professor Jacob Ade Ajayi, wrote a very interesting essay. It was titled Colonialism, an Episode in African History. And in that essay, the late Professor Jacob Ade Ajayi simply argued that colonialism was in fact a very brief period in the history of Africa, one that had superficial consequences for the continent. Now, after the publishing his essay, there was extended debate on this. And actually the debate was more intense here in Nigeria than many other places, with Peter Eke, for instance, arguing that that was a very wrong reading of the history of Africa. In his argument, he argued that there is a sense in which colonialism, even if over historic time was a very brief episode, it had a very deep impact on the continent. And I raise this question because Jacob Adejai's argument was simple, that in order to think about the consequences of colonialism, one has to think about the notions of continuity and change. Now, one area where this has been of serious consequence is in the area of the study of borders and borderlands. And this is particularly relevant, I believe, for ECOWAS and for all other regional economic communities across the continent. It's true of East Africa, for instance. It's true of SADC in South Africa. There's a deep colonial legacy around borders and borderlands. In fact, one would go on and say there are numerous sources of tension between states and people resulting from the continuing impact of the establishment of boundaries across the continent. And this is seen mostly in West Africa, but in many other places across the continent, you see the absurdity of boundaries. There is a useful tension, however, to be thought about between the histories of people around regional integration and the histories of states around regional integration. And in my remarks, I just wanted to put on the table that this tension has persisted for so long, precisely because state-led initiatives of integration are lagging behind people-led initiatives of integration. And I think this is where Jacob Adejai's notion of continuity and change becomes a useful organizing framework for thinking about this. States are driven by a very Westphalian ethos, essentially aiming to control movements of people, goods, and services, imposing legalistic interpretations of what that should be. But at the end of the day, people's movements are beginning to exercise greater influence in this than any other that we know. Today, as we speak, technology is driving integration. Today, as we speak, there's greater demands for freedoms across the continent. Today, as we demand, there is a general tendency to disregard external dominance in influencing African politics. And the point I wanted to share as we open this conference is to make the point that state-led initiatives are going to have to cede ground, because at the end of the day, they are not going to win the movements that are driving integration on the continent. On behalf of CODESRIA and on behalf of the community of leadership that I work with, I want to leave the message to you that at the end of the day, what we see is that there is a youthful population on the continent that is in a rush for regional integration. And it's going to be very difficult to stop them from the rush to achieve that integration. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very good conference.
Thank you very much. It's now my pleasure to invite the co-founder of Amandla Institute, Dr. Kaide Fayemi, for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Program Director, Dr. Igbuzo. Your Excellency, the President of the ECOWAS Commission, Dr. Ali Omar Toure, ably represented by Ambassador Abdel Fattah Musa, Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security. Our elders, the keynote speaker, Professor Blai Bachili, former President of the ECOWAS Commission, Dr. Mohamed Ibn Chambers, the co-founder of Amandla Institute, Erelubisi Adele Fayemi, and the Executive Secretary of CODESRIA, as well as Professor Fumi Olonishaki, the founding director of the African Leadership Center and my boss at King's College. It is, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there are so many of our distinguished leaders in ECOWAS here, and I'm really delighted on behalf of the Amandla Institute for Policy and Leadership Advancement to welcome you all to this African Political Square debate and the expert meeting on alternative futures for ECOWAS at 50, which has been jointly organized with the African Leadership Center in collaboration with Codestria and WATHI. For us at the Amandla Institute, this is a timely and critical conversation taking place on the shifting dynamics of change within ECOWAS, the deepening security and governance challenges in the sub-region, and the future of regional integration in West Africa and indeed in Africa. It follows the meeting of ECOWAS founding fathers that we convened in June this year, chaired by the only living founding father of ECOWAS, General Yakubu Gowon, retired, and attended by the Commission's president, Dr. Ali Omar Toure, and most of his living predecessors in office, including Dr. Chambers. This important gathering presents us with another opportunity to reimagine the regional integration project in all of its dimensions: economic, security, political, and structural. In doing this, at the time that ECOWAS is celebrating its 50th anniversary, we must acknowledge the significant contributions of ECOWAS in shaping regional peace, security, and development. From inception, ECOWAS has been a pace-setter organization among the regional economic communities. ECOWAS pioneered norms and standards on peace and security, as well as on democracy and good governance. It also provided models of managing international peacekeeping operations with its laudable rescue missions in Liberia and Sierra Leone, and later in Cote d'Ivoire, Gambia, and Guinea-Bissau. We're delighted we have distinguished leaders like General Martin Hagwai, who has been one of the major drivers of that exercise here in our midst. Under normal circumstances, even without its current challenges, a strong case could be made for a reinvention of the West Africa integration project. The grounds for such a reinvention are many, and they were already a source of discussions well before the 50th anniversary of ECOWAS. At one level, there are strong concerns that the promised transition from the ECOWAS of rulers, an elite club of political leaders, to a community of the people centered on citizens was not happening, or at least not happening as quickly and effectively as we all wished. At another level, concerns were accumulating that the much promised internal reforms designed to make the community more agile had stalled, with the consequence that the organization was becoming much more remote from the peoples of West Africa it was meant to serve, and in danger of being reduced to an inchoate bureaucratic juggernaut. Furthermore, for all the efforts that had been made in adopting various inter-West African trade promotion policies, progress was far from being optimal. And on such critical matters as the ECOWAS single currency, its promised launch had become an endless wait as the target date kept being shifted on account of various technicalities. Obstacles to intra-West African investment and the flow of services have persisted beyond what can be easily explained, suggesting a deficit of political will among our leaders. While steps were taken to improve the internal finances of the community, the problem of inadequate funding of many of its programs and agencies remains a challenge, a situation which has exposed the community to external influence by various donors who have not lost any opportunity to embed themselves in its structures and processes. The uncoordinated response of West Africa to the European Union's free trade proposals, packaged as the Economic Partnership Agreements, EPAs, is a case in point. Clearly, the current state of the regional body underscores the need for deep reflection on how ECOWAS can move beyond being an elite-driven institution to one that truly represents and serves its people, particularly its younger generation and its women. The challenges of poverty, inequality, governance deficits, and insecurity cannot be effectively addressed by ECOWAS in its current form. There is an urgent need for a new citizen-centered approach that responds to the real concerns of ordinary West Africans rather than focusing solely on the priorities of political leaders. It is also my hope that a key part of our discussion will focus on security and the role of the military in addressing instability in the region. It is now evident that traditional military strategies alone are inadequate in tackling the complex threats posed by insurgent and terrorist groups. Many of these groups are deeply embedded within communities and even within our military. What is needed is a more sophisticated intelligence-based approach combined with efforts to address the underlying social and economic drivers of insecurity. We need a comprehensive human security strategy that deals with issues of poverty, inequality, and governance failures, which extremist groups continue to exploit. While it is understandable that many citizens are frustrated with civilian governments that have failed to deliver on governance and security, we should also not mince words that military rule is not a viable alternative in tackling governance deficits. History has shown that military regimes do not provide sustainable solutions. In fact, in the 3 countries that have now exited ECOWAS, terrorism and insecurity have worsened since the military took over there. The challenge for ECOWAS is how to engage these regimes while also ensuring a pathway back to credible democratic governance. It is crucial that ECOWAS continues to leverage diplomatic efforts in finding pragmatic ways that do not alienate the breakaway states further, but instead bring them back into a cooperative regional framework. The current effort of the Commission in this regard is very well noted. ECOWAS has always been a flexible and adaptive regional body, accommodating different sub-regional groupings like UMOA, CENSAD, the Mano River Union, and many others. There is no reason why AES, the putative Sahelian bloc of Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, cannot continue to be part of ECOWAS, even if they insist on maintaining a distinct identity. The goal should be to preserve regional cooperation, stability, and development, rather than encouraging further divisions. All of the issues confronting the region collectively reinforce the urgency of rethinking and reimagining ECOWAS's role in a changing West Africa and a changing global environment. The regional body cannot continue business as usual. It must evolve to reflect the realities on the ground and to rebuild trust with its citizens. 50 years is a significant milestone in which ECOWAS has accomplished a lot, but it must also serve as a moment of reckoning, a time for deep reflection, bold reforms, and a renewed commitment to the principles of regional integration, security, and inclusive governance. The future of West Africa depends on the choices we make today, and it is clear that ECOWAS must embrace change if it is to remain relevant in the years ahead. It is my hope that the experienced experts we have here and the putative academics who have joined us this morning will help us interrogate these issues comprehensively and provide salient directions for the next 50 years of ECOWAS. I wish us all a successful deliberation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Kayode Fayemi. Please, can we give him another round of applause? So at this opening ceremony, the opening remarks are setting the tone for this conference. Professor Fumi Olonishaki talked about the promise of ECOWAS of peoples being under threat. Dr. Godwin Murunga talked about the consequences of colonialism and the need for continuity and change, and the fact that the youth of West Africa are hungry for integration. Dr. Kayode Fayemi has talked about the need for reinvention of the West African project to a community of the people, and the need for political will and funding of ECOWAS. To round up this opening ceremony, the president of ECOWAS Commission, His Excellency Dr. Umar Aliu Toure, will give the final opening remarks at this opening ceremony. And he's being represented here today by His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Abdel Fattah Musa, Commissioner for Public Affairs, Peace and Security, who always argue that ECOWAS is the best regional institution in the world. Can you give your hand of applause to Abdel Musa? Thank you very much, my brother. Yeah.
My two key mentors and people that I learned a lot worked under in the presence of His Excellency Mohammed Ibn Chambers, the former president of the ECOWAS Commission. And, today, I think he is actually holding about 4 or 5 different titles. That is the indispensability of his, of his services to West Africa and to the continent. So we greet you, His Excellency. The next, His Excellency, Professor Abdoulaye Bachili, I don't think he needs any introduction. It is a forum for his great intellectual work, his political leadership, worked across the field, the UN, regional organizations and others. And he is still leading, us in our thought processes on the continent. We pay homage to you, Professor Bachili. And I would want to, also acknowledge, the presence here of His Excellency Kayode Fayemi, the former governor of Ekiti State and co-founder of Amandla, Institute, which incidentally is a core partner in the process of introspection that ECOWAS is carrying out currently as a facilitating body for the citizen consultations going, on across the world. And of course, our sister and companion in the struggle is Her Excellency BC Fayemi, co-founder of Amandla Institute. And my brother, also that is the director of Codesria, who is here. We've had the occasion to work severally. And looking across the hall, you look at the intellectual firepower here assembled, whether in the economic, military, social, political, cultural fields. This promises to be a very important public square. And I would want to thank the Africa Leadership Center and King's College, London, and its Vice President, Professor Funmi Olonisakin, who is here, who has worked for several years with ECOWAS and even in the establishment of the Africa Leadership Center, and others. I think we've had a very fruitful partnership here, and we welcome you. There are a whole lot of other dignitaries here that time would not allow. We pay homage homage to you for making time to be present at this very important meeting. And on behalf of the President of the ECOWAS Commission, His Excellency Omar Aliu Toure, who is unavoidably absent, I just want to throw up a few, points to guide us in our deliberation today and then tomorrow. And I am very excited that we have got a cohort of the young generation of Africa here present. In fact, the leaders of today, instead of how they are often described as the leaders of tomorrow. They are the drivers of change, today in the world, and we are very happy that they are an integral part of this process. West Africa finds itself, as many have said, at a very critical juncture in its evolution. The ECOWAS evolution can be categorized into, three, phases. The first phase, which was a very major challenge in West Africa, was the establishment of the organization itself in 1975. Why? Because if you look across Africa, West Africa is the region with most of the phones and the phones, Anglophone, Lusophone, Francophone. You go to the SADC region, majority are Anglophone. You go to, I'm not talking about our own local languages, and you go to Central Africa, many Francophone, the North Francophone Arab. So ECOWAS had a very big challenge, bringing all, these different political experiences, colonial experiences together. And as Dr. Kayode, said earlier on, visionary military leaders like His Excellency Yakubu Gowon, General Yakubu Gowon of Nigeria, convincing His Excellency General Eyadema of Togo to be the two, linchpins for bringing, together all the African leaders to create this organization was itself a major success. And many have argued that ECOWAS was created as an economic integration body. So why is it delving into politics and others' internal affairs? That argument ignores history. In that at the height of the Cold War, with ideological differences and then proxy influences on the continent, it was practically impossible, to create an organization based on common political values, like democracy and others. So it was the epoch that determined the character of ECOWAS. That was the first period. The second period coincided with the, I will not, say the end of the Cold War, but the rise of the peoples of Africa, citizens of Africa, against military dictatorship, autocracy, and all manner of insidious government forms on the continent in general and West Africa in particular, which led, in part to the era of neoliberalism that we have known up until about, maybe 2020. And it also coincided with the threat of breakup of our entire region being sparked by the civil wars in Liberia and Liberia, Sierra Leone. Later on, moving on to Cote d'Ivoire and others. That period was a period that ECOWAS also stood at the crossroads. ECOWAS could have folded its arms and allowed Liberia to degenerate into civil war spread across West Africa, everybody for, themselves. But ECOWAS, stood up to the challenge and made sure we stabilize the region. And that experience actually led, and it was something that His Excellency Mohamed Ibn Chambed, in his role as the then Executive Secretary of ECOWAS and later President, championed all the normative frameworks in democracy, human rights, and others were crafted as a result of the experiences of the civil wars. Whether you are talking about the Declaration of Political Principles, the mechanism, protocol related to the mechanism for conflict prevention and others, and the supplementary protocol on democracy and good governance. These were all born out of cognitive experience that the region went through. And we've, ECOWAS have done a lot in the field of security, in economic integration, first and foremost, and in democratic consolidation since the end of those civil wars. Today, ECOWAS stands again at the crossroads. This is the third juncture, where events are being shaped by global shifts and also internal dynamics. It was a very famous liberation, fighter in West Africa, Amilcar Cabral, who just said a phrase made up of 4 words. 4 words at Kwame Nkrumah's funeral in Ghana. Because when we know, that whatever the global environment, the spark to disintegration or progress very much depends upon the choices that nations make. So when people were talking about it was imperialism that killed Kwame Nkrumah, he said that might be true, but rice cooks in the pot. Rice cooks in the pot, meaning that without the traitors on the continent in Ghana, I don't think imperialism could have succeeded. This is where West Africa finds itself within the global, that we are now. I would dare to say that the world today is in a return to the Cold War, but it is between the Cold War and a hot war. We are actually in the warm war period. This is what is happening. All the characteristics of the Cold War are there, that you can identify globally. It is about bloc competition, whether you are talking about the NATO alliance plus G7, you are talking about the BRICS, and also their allies. Yeah, please. What is different today, is that countries have choices. Countries have choices. It is just not a very clear-cut development in the world, and that there are countries that could be in the NATO, G7, or BRICS, or their allies who cannot be seriously said they belong to this bloc or the other. And that countries choose what they want to do through their own values, their interests, and also the power that exists, whether what is a soft or hard power. This is where we are today. The world is multivectoral, not just multipolar. Within the poles, there are also vectors that are there, and this is what the world is. But what is its impact on West Africa, and how do we get out of it? I think is the main purpose of this meeting today. I would argue, that we have a crisis of security, and then we have a crisis of democracy in West Africa today. And I think our discussion will have to, sort of navigate between, this. A lot has been said about terrorism, violent extremism, and others, and I'm not going to belabor it. Democracy is also, in crisis. It's in crisis today in West Africa, and it doesn't seem like leaders have learned their lesson. Today's, popular method of state capture is by member states eliminating dangerous opponents, whether political parties or candidates, from the electoral process. I mean, that is the latest fashion, on the in West Africa and others, so that hollowing out the very essence of competitiveness when it comes to that. And that was one of the reasons the 3 member states in ECOWAS, decided to leave. It was one of the reasons. The other was insecurity. And as Dr. Faraday also said, insecurity has only worsened, since then. So where do we go, from here? And I think those are the critical questions. ECOWAS, therefore, decided to start a series of introspection, which are ongoing now. We've had a whole lot across the whole integration framework of ECOWAS. It is citizens-led, and the outcome of all deliberations will end up in a pact, a draft pact that will determine the path that ECOWAS would take in the next 50 years to come. Those discussions are ongoing now, and I think this public square is one, of them. I want, because of the the preponderance of citizens here, I would like to say that ECOWAS has always been a very good friend of citizens, of civil society. Beginning, with our facilitation of the creation of the West Africa Civil Society Forum, our partnership with ONEP, and a whole lot of other CDD, all across Africa. And today, citizens are being called upon again, to rise up to the challenge. I will say those who criticize ECOWAS, that ECOWAS is in crisis. It's not because ECOWAS is actually in crisis, but ECOWAS is the most talked about regional organization, not only in Africa, but globally, for better or for worse. And that is where we are. We need to continue with, that leadership. And for us gathered here, citizens will have to determine which path we go, whether we are going to go military dictatorship or a people-centered democratic, practice that will respond to the needs of our populations as, we are today. And Frantz Fanon's, famous, quote also comes to mind today. This is a generation, this is a new generation. We have to discover our mission. Discover our mission, either to fulfill it or to betray it. I hope for, for us to fulfill that mission. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for Dr. Musa again. I was moving close to Musa, close to him, but he wasn't just looking at my side. Can you put your hands together for him again? Musa has given us the evolution of ECOWAS and the fact that there are global shifts and internal dynamics and the context of crisis of democracy and insecurity. and our citizens have a lot of role to determine. That takes us to the end of the opening ceremony, but we'll request our guests to just come forward for the group photograph quickly. And after the group photograph, yes, you can move now, sir, Almas. Just come to the front for group photograph. And we will be moving quickly to the African Public Square debate. As our guests are moving to the front for the group photograph quickly, we'll be moving to the African Public Square debate. And it's my pleasure to invite my co-director, Dr. Kadi Diop, to direct the next section. Please put your hands together for her.
M'écoutez? Ça passe pas? C'est bon? C'est bon maintenant? OK. Alors, mesdames et messieurs, nous entrons maintenant dans le vif du sujet avec le débat African Public Square qui portera sur le thème central « Assurer l'avenir de l'intégration régionale en Afrique ». Ce thème est particulièrement d'actualité car la CEDEAO célèbre cette année 50 ans d'existence. C'est donc l'occasion de faire le point sur le chemin parcouru, mais aussi de regarder vers l'avenir. Comment faire en sorte
we have to make sure that regional integration should respond to the aspirations of the African people. And it is around that thematic that we have fundamental questions, namely, regional organizations, are they still indispensable to African integration? What real needs should guide the future of ECOWAS of peoples? And of course, regional integration, can it be successful without economic community or solid economic foundation? These interrogations are not just theoretical. It helps us to brainstorm together, discuss, and propose a concrete solution. We have the concept of African Public Square, and for that, I'm going to ask Madame Chouvai, Executive Secretary of the African Leadership Center, to come and join me on the podium. Please, you have the floor. Thank you, Kadi.
Everyone, My name is Shuvai Busmanyoni, as Kadi has said, and I am the Executive Director of the African Leadership Center. My role here for just the next few minutes is to talk to you about the African Public Square and to introduce it to you. And to introduce to you the open debate that we are going to be having this morning. If I could ask, please, our debaters to join one of our fellow debaters who's already on the stage. If I could ask you to please come and join us on the stage, our debaters, all of you, yes, please. Yes, you will take your seats here on the stage. As they come to the stage, as I said, I'm here to introduce the African Public Square. The African Public Square was established by the African Leadership Center in 2023 as a platform to harness Africa's intellectual power and intergenerational agency. But before its launch and it's being established, the African Public Square, and I think the most important thing about it is that it is an idea. At the African Leadership Center, we are a center of ideas and ideas expressed through people. Many people who you will see in the room today in the person of our alumni community. And I think Professor Fumi has already spoken quite a bit about them. And we're very excited to be celebrating the 15th anniversary of the African Leadership Center and IDEA together with you here at the ECOWAS Commission and in Abuja in Nigeria. I will tell you, thank you, thank you. I just want to tell you what the APS, as we affectionately call it, aims to do. The APS aims to speak back to established agendas in the global landscape that place Africa at a disadvantage. It also offers new solutions and proposals for re-energizing Africa's normative and response framework with possibilities for Africa's renewal. It aims to also expand the constituency of actors that speak for Africa when the spaces for engaging stations you've already heard that we have as citizens with our regional organizations. The APS also offers a three-part intervention to raise Africa's position in the world. The first is a convening platform to convene new and established voices, constituting an intergenerational community of African public intellectuals, catalyzing the repositioning of Africa in the global order. It is also an annual high-level continental forum, an African global public debate, bringing together prominent intellectuals along with a variety of interlocutors to frame and propose an alternative framework of engagement on issues of the day shaping Africa's trajectory. It's an intergenerational community of African public intellectuals in co-leadership of special interventions that propose new ideas and forms of collaboration for responding to Africa's challenges and reshaping global engagement to raise Africa's position in the world. I will shortly invite Professor Fumi, I will shortly invite our moderator, rather, who will be taking us through our debate today. But I just want to let you know that our debate is televised, it is live, and we will be beamed on channels, television, and other media outlets throughout the duration of the debate. As I said, our debate will be moderated by the esteemed Lara Owe-Wise, who is an award-winning journalist, a media practitioner, and public relations specialist. And she's also a commentator on contemporary affairs. So Lara, I hand over to you. Welcome, please, to the stage to take us on with our debate. Thank you so much.
Good morning, great sons and daughters of Africa from every corner of our continent and everyone from the diaspora. Welcome to the African Public Square Open Debate, where bold voices meet big ideas and the future of our region takes the center stage. So let's open the floor and open our minds as we chart the path to a future-proof ECOWAS built by the people for the people. Yes, my name is Lara Oweyewise, and it's my honor and privilege to run the open debate in the next 2 hours. I want to let everybody know that we're live on TV, so smile for the camera. Right, I want to warmly invite Professor Fumi Oloni Shaki to the podium. She was here earlier, but I wanted to come back and frame the debate and outline the ground rules for the APS open debate. Please put your hands together for her as she makes her way up here.
Thank you very, very much, Lara. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, I think we heard the beginning of the framing of this debate through the various opening statements this morning. Now, having heard what we heard earlier, let's be clear. The question before us is this: are regional organizations a necessity for regional integration? That is, do you need regional organizations in order to actually achieve regional integration? The fact that regional integration has become a story of two worlds, the world of peoples and the world of states, means that there's some justification for framing this question, because you could have heard what ECOWAS is about. You would also have heard what other regional organizations are about, the Continental organization as well, the African Union. If they're not about regional integration, what are they about? But here's the reason why we think this question is worth posing. It's not just a provocative question. It's worth posing because we see the tensions in the direction of travel of states and the direction of travel of peoples. Just a few examples. Porosity of borders is a necessity for African peoples. West African peoples are not an exception. If the border is porous, they move back and forth across the borders, but it always seems a threat to the state. The state desperately wants to control borders. But then we have freedom of movement of peoples and goods in West Africa, don't we? Does that actually mean that the states, when they're dealing with external partners, are not inclined to close those borders, control them, so that it works against the very logic of the ECOWAS of peoples? Let's consider that. Secondly, West Africa has this teeming, emerging youth leaders, teeming youth population. And the way they organize, their organizing logic, their interactions, you see an increasing prevalence of digital interaction. But yet, those of us who teach them, who operate the bureaucratic spaces, the governance spaces, are very analog in the way that we deal with them. That is an issue to think about. There's a tension there. Thirdly, again, in their organizing formula, peoples of West Africa, actually young people across the continent of Africa and in other regions of the world, but in West Africa, they veer towards building movements. They veer towards seamless organizing. and yet states remain in an extreme bureaucratic logic. So point is, as African people continue to drive and pursue integration agenda, and we heard earlier that actually the state's integration agenda really is reinforced, it's a people's integration drive that really motivates the state to do that. Is that the case? Having given these examples, we're seeing a tension in everyday life, which causes us to frame the question we have framed. So here are the ground rules. Lara, you'll be pleased to know I'll do this in less than 2 minutes. Lead debaters, keynote debaters. We have two. The first is Professor Batili, who will be introduced. The second is Dr. Titilope Ajayi. They will speak for 6 minutes each, for and against the motion, if you like. They will speak in relation to this question, for regional organizations or for peoples, as it were. Each supporting debater, the other 4 debaters, will offer their responses, taking their stance for 3 minutes only. Thereafter, this debate will be open to contributors from the floor. Contributors from the floor will have their names on a speaker's list. Somebody will go around if you want to contribute. A speaker's list will be opened for a set period of time and then closed. You will see the person taking the list around the room. The fact that your name is on this list does not necessarily mean that you get to speak, but it will be orderly. You will speak according to where your name is on the list. Speakers from the floor will therefore speak for 1 minute only, and this will be strictly observed. When you speak for 1 minute only, you will not address questions to any of the speakers. This is not a question and answer session. What we ask of you is that you participate. Don't be a spectator. Don't be someone who's throwing questions at those people because you don't have a responsibility to offer a solution as well. So speakers from the floor will contribute to the debate by offering a new fact. That's number one. Offer a new fact in your 1 minute, or by supporting or opposing a position that has already been articulated by the speakers. If you're supporting it, say so and say why in your 1 minute, please. Or you could be offering a new perspective on the key issues raised in the debate so far. Please don't speak for long periods. State the fact, and you don't have to speak if you don't have anything to say. Thank you so much. Thank you, Lara.
Madam. Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. And thank you for sticking to time. One of the things I plan to do today is to stick to time. We have a limited number of hours to do the live broadcast we're doing, so we'll try as much as possible to maximize the time, and everybody will use the time allotted to them. Right, so we're going straight into the first segment of this debate. And the question is, are regional organizations a necessity for regional integration? We already have heard the ground rules, and I hope we'll stick by them. Let me invite His Excellency, Professor Abdoulaye Bathily, the Special Envoy of the President of the Republic of Senegal for International Affairs and former member of ECOWAS Parliament, to come to the podium. He's arguing that regional organizations are necessary for regional integration. Please put your hands together for him as he makes his way here. Let His Excellency know that he has 6 minutes and your time starts now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's really a challenge for a professor to say for 6 months, 6 minutes, on this topic. And in addition to that, a former member of ECOWAS Parliament, I remember 25 years ago sitting in this row. Regional integrations are necessary and indispensable enablers for regional integration. Regional integration is rooted in the history of West Africa, in the history of Africa. Thousands of years of history. Professor Ajayi, who has been quoted earlier on, has demonstrated this. My good friend and colleague, Asiwaju, Professor Asiwaju, Professor Diko, the late Diko Onukua, Trade and Politics in Niger Delta, the history of ancient kingdoms and empire of Ghana and Mali, with Songhai, Kanem Bornu, shows that regional integration by empires and states has always been part of African history. Today, we are facing a number of challenges which make regional integration a must through regional organization. It is through regional organizations what we can organize infrastructures, roads, highways, air transport. This is through which the people can move across regions of a continent. Not one country can do it alone, and individuals cannot do this alone. Industry is today necessary for the transformation of raw materials, natural resources of Africa, to provide jobs for the 70% of African population who need to be integrated in the process of modern economy. Agriculture for food production. Regional organization can, through cooperation, organize food production system better on our continent. The free movement of people and goods and services to give their playing capacity has to be organized by the states and sponsored by the state through mechanisms which are reliable. This is why regional organization through administrative, parliaments, legislative bodies can further regional integration. Security is today indispensable for regional integration to give its full capacity. We see today how, for the lack of insecurity at sub-regional level, we are faced with the disruptions of the ECOWAS of the people. Regional organizations are necessary to be a vehicle for the voice of Africa in the world as it is today. Africa's voice needed to be heard for the economy, for politics, for culture. Our people have been trampled upon down for centuries, slavery, colonialism. And this is why, ladies and gentlemen, I think as enablers of regional integrations, regional organizations are necessary and indispensable. This is my position. Thank you very much.
Five, four, three, two. That was brilliant, Prof. And thank you very much for sticking to time. You gave me 45 seconds extra. Thank you very much indeed. So basically, Prof has made us understand that regional integration has always been an African thing and has been part of our history. But Dr. Titilope Ajayi does not think so. I'm going to bring him up here. And his position is very simple. He argues that regional organizations are not necessary, are not a necessity for regional integration. After all, West African peoples have driven regional integration where ECOWAS has stalled integration efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as I bring to the podium Dr. Titilope Ajayi from the Institute for Security Studies Africa, ISS Africa. She also has 6 minutes. Thank you. Your time starts.
Thank you. I have titled my intervention, When the Roof Outgrows the House, Rethinking the Need for Regional Organizations in African Integration. Are regional organizations necessary for regional integration in Africa? My argument is simple. They are not. Regional organizations once symbolized collective aspirations, but over time, the roof has outgrown the house. The institutions have expanded while the foundations of trust, mobility, and cooperation among citizens have been neglected. Integration did not begin with bureaucracies, and it will not end without them. In fact, the continent's most enduring connections have rarely been contingent upon the Secretariat's sanction. 3 snapshots of lived experience will show what happens when institutional regionalism drifts too far from the realities it claims to represent. Story 1, just last month, an ECOWAS member landing in Praia, Cabo Verde, spent 2 hours at immigration. Responding to her question about why Caucasian travelers were being fast-tracked through an empty line, officers said, "Your passport does not pass here." What failed here was not the idea of regional belonging. It was the institution's ability to recognize it. Story 2, July, also this year. Protesters in Accra, Ghana carried signs reading, "Nigerians must go." Their anger was not aimed at neighbors alone, but at a regional system that speaks of free movement while ignoring how unevenly it plays out on the ground. Institutions may have claimed the language of integration, but not its social foundations. Story 3, years ago, a delegation traveling between ECOWAS countries was stopped at a border post. Their passports and clearances were in order, yet they were told to pay a fixed amount per person to proceed. One delegate protested, asking about ECOWAS free movement protocol. The officer said, and I quote, "La CEDEAO, c'est là-bas."
ECOWAS is there. Here is the border.
Your ECOWAS, at this border, you will do as we say. These stories reveal a deeper truth. Integration exists, but institutions are struggling to keep pace. Long before ECOWAS or SADC or any of the other acronyms that we like to bandy about, Africans have traded, as the previous speaker said, migrated, and built networks that ignored colonial borders. We have been integrating long before politicians began creating infrastructures around this. Our modern organizations were meant to formalize this reality, but instead they have often frozen it. We have built bureaucracies that manage the idea of integration more than they enable its practice. Africa now boasts 8 recognized regional communities, dozens of frameworks, multiple overlaps in membership and mandates. But these structures have produced coordination fatigue and chaos, not cohesion. Integration has become a paper exercise, producing thick reports, hundreds of meetings, and thin results. Afrobarometer data shows that half of Africans trust regional organizations, and only 1 in 4 finds it easy to cross a border. This is not rejection, it is irrelevance. Our regional bodies remain hostages to the states that create them. They cannot transcend politics when their funding and legitimacy depend on the goodwill of heads of state and government, and to a large extent, funders. The same organizations that sign free movement protocols close borders overnight when it suits them. No names mentioned. Worse, this selective obedience extends to policy frameworks on governance and democracy. Leaders ratify charters against corruption and unconstitutional changes of government and then violate them with impunity. When this happens, responses are inconsistent. Condemnation in one country against quiet accommodation in another. We have seen this play out time and again, and we are seeing it play out now in Cameroon and in Tanzania, and we have one eye on Côte d'Ivoire. This chronic non-compliance hollows out credibility and turns regionalism into a stage for power and not principle. Every crisis exposes the same pattern. Institutions act only when it is politically conducive, not when it is regionally necessary. Yet integration continues, quietly, creatively, and without permission. Traders, migrants, and entrepreneurs link cities faster than ministries. Pastoralists and digital startups connect economies beyond formal regulation. Women's groups have historically brokered peace across the continent. They continue to do so where diplomacy has faltered. This is integration from below. It is organic, informal, and self-organizing, messy, but real. Africa's capacity for connection lies not in its institutions, but in the interaction of its diverse peoples. We often hear that security is the one area where regional organizations are indispensable. But even here, the evidence falters. ECOWAS once symbolized regional defense. Today, that center no longer holds as firm. So if regionalism fails, what is the future? The answer is already unfolding in the networks of people and places who already do across borders what our regional institutions only debate on paper. The late Ama Ata Edu once said, "We keep trying to build houses from the roof down." This is what we have done with African regionalism. We built the roof first, mistaking institutions for the house itself. But the house, which is the real work of integration, never stopped being built. It has found foundations in the movements, exchanges, and solidarities of ordinary Africans. Regional organizations were never the house, they were the roof that was meant to protect it. Once useful, but now ill-fitting and partly detached. Our integration survives because the foundations are alive in people and not protocols. And whether that roof ever fits again or not, the house stands, especially in the evolving regional and global order. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Ajayi, for your contribution. And basically, regional organizations are not a necessity for regional integration. All right, so let me quickly run through the ground rules again as we progress to move to the supporting arguments. So basically, the lead debaters are done. They've taken their six minutes. Each supporting debater or respondent will offer their responses for just 3 minutes only. Thereafter, the debate will be open to contributors from the floor. A special list will be open for a set period and then closed. So if you have been asked to join the debate, your name will be on the speakers list. I have the list already, but subsequently the microphone will be passed around. And if you want to make your contribution, then you signify with the raise of a hand. Speakers from the floor will not address questions to any of the prior speakers. Rather, they will contribute to the debate by offering a new fact, supporting or opposing a position that has been articulated with clear reasons for doing so, or offering a new perspective on the key issues raised in the debate so far. So let's be clear about that as we move to our supporting debaters. Dr. Babatunde Afolabi and Dr. Faisal Garba Mohammed, are going to present supporting cases for the position taken by His Excellency Professor Batili and Dr. Titilope Ajayi by responding to the question, can you have regional integration without political community? Let me warmly, he's here already, Dr. Afolabi to the podium. He has 3 minutes. Thank you. Please put your hands together for him.
It's good to be here, Excellencies, mentors, and friends. I wish I could take the 45 seconds that the professor had left. I hope that will be the case. Okay, yeah, very quickly. I wanted to establish a few truths or positive viewpoints, and then go quickly to examples of the utility of ECOWAS or regional institutions. First, to stress that the primacy and centrality of the Westphalian state as the building block of international systems is sacrosanct. States are the building blocks in the international system. States are the building blocks for regional organizations, and states cannot function without rules, without institutions, without norms. I wanted to, highlight that very quickly. And I also wanted to, with time permitting, share a few examples, concrete examples of ECOWAS's utility over the past 5 decades, and for you, the audience, to reflect on whether this achievement would have been possible outside of the framework of a formal regional institution. Firstly, the ECOWAS free movement of goods and persons, the protocol, which establishes that, and which of course means that every ECOWAS member state citizen can work and undertake trading activities and also undertake visa-free travels across the sub-region. I think it is clear, obvious, that this would be impossible without, the framework of the formal institution. Let's also go back, of course, as had been alluded earlier, to the several peacemaking and peacekeeping interventions that have been undertaken since 1990, when that unfortunate civil war broke out in Liberia, and which, of course, led to our heads of states coming together under the auspices of ECOWAS to stem the tide of that violent conflict. And of course, beyond Liberia, I don't need to go into all the details, but where history is replete with, the various interventions in Sierra Leone, Guinea-Bissau, Cote d'Ivoire, when it comes to core peacekeeping. And then, of course, several high-level political interventions in places like Togo, Guinea, the Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, and Cote d'Ivoire in recent history when it comes to peacemaking interventions. If time permits, the huge infrastructural projects across the sub-region on transport, energy, water, telecommunications, and very concretely to highlight the Abuja-Lagos Corridor Highway. These are living examples of why you need an institutionalized, regional arrangements. Time will not permit me to talk about the institutions such as the ECOWAS Court of Justice, the Parliament, and specialized agencies. Let me conclude. I like Dr. Ajayi's stories about the non-utility or non-importance of regional arrangements. But I'm reminded that Dr. Ajayi actually lives in Ghana, is Nigerian, studied in Ghana, and actually arrived here yesterday, visa-free. So I wonder whether that would, thank you very much.
Dr. Ajayi, I'm sure you want to respond to that, but there's no time. We'll probably do that off camera, maybe after the show. Thank you very much. Right, so we want to thank you, Dr. Afolabi, for your invaluable contribution, and thank you for sticking to time. You actually used up the extra 45 minutes that so it's okay. Dr. Faisal Garba Mohammed will come here to argue that, on the contrary, West African people have been key facilitators of political community in West Africa, while regional organizations have hindered the progress toward a political community. Dr. Faisal Garba Mohammed, Let's put our hands together for him as he makes his way here and uses up his 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I thought I would begin by contrasting us with a very popular staple in this part of the world, just to illustrate the point. That you see, human beings, we're not exactly like yam, you see. We do not grow out of any soil. Wherever you find people, they are there because they moved there. Now, this in a sense captures the making and the production of the political community in West Africa, which is largely captured as a migration and mobility confluence. You see, that history has produced a far-flung political community, but also a livelihood structure and a cosmopolitan outlook that pushes back and challenges the colonial statecraft, which fuses identity to place and therefore reifies tribalism. And to illustrate this again, I thought I should go back to history to a very famous saying among the Dogons of present-day Mali in the 1930s. And this saying might be useful to those of us who go to church on Sunday, but also those of us who go to church, to a mosque today. And the saying goes as follows, that you will not go to heaven if you have never been to Kumasi. Kumasi it has raised a way of thinking about the world that valorizes travel and exploration. So in Ghana, for example, there's the notion of a bintu, which is called to be a burger. It's an aspiration. To the world. Now, this reality gave birth to political communities that are multi-ethnic, multilingual, and therefore do not neatly fit into the understandings of our state, which is that each person has to be from a
Dakar in August 1963. It was the first OAU first ordinary session of the OAU Council of Ministers, and a resolution was adopted that recommended that for regional groupings to be compatible with the OAU, they have to focus on economic, social, technical, and scientific issues, and leave political matters to the OAU. Now, the OAU chose to foster economic integration through regional and sub-regional groupings. The only issue that was controversial was the political role of those regional and sub-regional groupings, which, as I said earlier, was resolved in Dakar, even though the reality was a bit messier. Now, bringing this to our thematic question, in my view, an institutional base matters. You can't just rely on market forces or popular drives to foster economic integration. You need the institutional machinery to provide rules, to provide the capacity to mobilize resources and sustain for things to work. And when you look at the continental architecture, the African Continental Free Trade Area and the Abuja Treaty, they are all based on this gradual process based on regional groupings. Now, and this is critical, we should recognize that if and when African integration is fully achieved, regional groupings may become redundant. In fact, even our states may become, less salient. That's the point. Now, in that sense, the institutional base is transitional. It underpins integration, but as we move forward in integration, it becomes less important. In short, building a strong regional economic integration requires a strong institutional base, but the ultimate goal is economic prosperity. It's not creating just one more bureaucracy. The question before us, therefore, is whether our institutions allow us to build that economic base. And for the AU, economic base and economic integration and institutional base go hand in hand. Thank you. I have rested my case.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'll still call you Prof, because that's what I have here, and you do look like one. Thank you, Prof, for your contribution. So basically, Prof said that we require an institutional-based regional integration, which invariably serves as a driver for maintaining an economic base. Thank you once again, Prof. Right, so I'll bring up now Dr. Penda Diallo, Associate African Leadership Center. You're ready, don't worry. Your time will start counting when I leave. All right. And her argument basically will be that the perspective of West African people in rural communities, particularly in mining communities, to provide the basis for facilitating and accumulating the economic base for regional integration. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as I welcome to the podium Dr. Penda Diallo, Associate African Leadership Center. Now your time starts.
Thank you. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. I want to thank the ALC, ECOWAS, and all the institutions that have hosted us here today. So my question, my response will be framed around 3 questions. Which for me are questions that are uncomfortable, but we need to think about if ECOWAS of the people. When the majority of our people live in rural areas, this is over 220 million who are excluded from the debates we are having, because these debates, policies, and frameworks happen in languages that most of them don't speak. They are in French, in English, in Portuguese. And these people are excluded from this. The second is why does it take me about 10 hours to fly from Conakry to Abuja, which is 2,329 kilometers. Yet it takes me about 6 hours, a direct flight, to fly from Conakry to Paris, which is 4,613 kilometers. What does this tell us? how can we integrate if we cannot have direct connections between ourselves, between our key capital cities? Another question I have is that we all know that West Africa has one of the largest world reserves of minerals. Guinea alone has 30% of the world reserves of bauxite, one of the largest reserves of of bauxite and iron ore. So, but other countries in West Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, Niger, have uranium, gold, tin, to the green energy. Without this transition cannot happen. Yet our rural communities where these are extracted have no clean water, no infrastructures, no schools. And this is not just a problem of one country. I think it's an ECOWAS problem we need to think about. And second, the majority of our youth are unemployed. We see high unemployment across the ECOWAS region. We are educating young people, telling them that they will have jobs in the mining sector, but the majority of the mining sector will be moving towards automation, the use of AI and artificial intelligence. In places like Chile, you have driverless trucks going around in mine sites. Yet our universities are not teaching students these type of technologies that will equip them for the future. So which means that the unemployment will increase. So I see three paradoxes. The first is the connection paradox. So if we are not connected to each other, we cannot talk about integration. If it's easier to travel to our colonial powers than amongst each other. The second is the resource paradox that we have. And another, so for the next 50 years of ECOWAS, what I see is that there is an African proverb that says it is not wrong to go back for what you forgot. So we've forgotten over 220 million people. And these are the people who are really showing us through integration, like my colleague said earlier. They are the women, the young people who are traveling behind trucks, who are doing business between Accra, Abuja, Lagos, Mali, and all of that. So what I want to say is that these local communities who don't sit in ECOWAS meetings, who are excluded from the formal systems, are the ones who are showing us what true integration look like. And we need to include them for a future, for an ECOWAS of the people. Thank you. So, yes.
Wow. Thank you so very much, Dr. Penda Diallo, for that, your contribution. So I picked a few nuggets. She said, how do we talk about integration where majority of our people live in rural areas? Why we must also look at having direct connections between our major cities. So basically, in summary, Dr. Penda Diallo argued that, excuse me, please. Sorry for that break in transmission. She argued that from the perspective of West African people in rural communities, particularly in mining communities, who provide the basis for facilitating and accumulating the economic base for regional integration. I want to thank all our debaters, our lead debaters, our supporting debaters for their deep contribution. May I ask us all to put our hands together for them one more time? Now the debate is open. The floor is open. We have a list. Earlier we announced that anybody who wanted to speak should put down their names. So I have a list already. But if after I call the names here, there are about 11 of them, you want to say something, please raise your hand and names will be taken, right? Okay, right away. If you want to say something, please indicate with the raise of your hand. so they get down your name so I can call you, and then you have your 1 minute to make your contribution. All interviewers will need to go to Closet's mic set at the back, right? There is one on each side. This includes the one on your initial list. So if you want to speak, there are mics there. If you can we signify where the mics are? Right. Great. So the debate is open now, and our contributors have just a minute. May I quickly remind us that if you're coming for this 1 minute contribution, you will not address questions to any of the prior speakers. Rather, you contribute to the debate by offering a new fact in 1 minute, by supporting or opposing a position that has been articulated with clear reasons for doing so in 1 minute, or you offer a new perspective on the key issues raised in the debate so far. Please do not forget that you have just 1 minute to articulate your thought. Right, so let's dive right into it as I invite General Martin Aguai respectfully for his 1 minute contribution. He's there already. Put your hands together for General Martin Aguai.
Thank you very much. I just want to, having heard all this, I remember my few months or years in Sierra Leone and Liberia. And how would we have had what I had in Sierra Leone? War done. The war is over. Who brought it to that level? The Economic Community of West Africa. We brought soldiers, officers from Nigeria, Ghana, across the whole of West Africa, and we got support from other parts of the world. And without an organized body, without a thing called ECOWAS, I do not know how it would have happened. Could we have had people in Sierra Leone with short sleeve or long sleeve? Those who understand what I'm saying, cutting people arms, short sleeve or long sleeve. How could you have been solved? So I think, yes, there are challenges. Yes, there are issues of security, issue of economy and illiteracy and ignorance. But we need an organization that will pull us together to use all our resources together to stand. And it can only be done by a state that forms itself together to form a regional body that can help the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. General Martin Aguai, you used your 1 minute very well, and your point is well taken. Let me also invite Fatou Bintou Salah, who will give his or her contribution in 1 minute. After that, Wakeje Hamawo, please stand by for your contribution. Put your hands together for Fatou Bintou Salah. Let's make it louder, please. Thank you. Can Wakeje Hamawo and Ibrahima Kane just stand by so they can take the mic after her? Right.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Fatou Bintou Salah. As you've rightly said, I'm from the Gambia. The question before us, which is a regional organization's necessity for regional integration in Africa, is not abstract. For me, coming from the Gambia, it's very personal. For lack of time, I'll give a very practical example. When our constitutional order was threatened in 2016, after former President Jammeh rejected the election results, it was ECOWAS under its protocol on democracy and good governance that intervened. ECOWAS deployed economic peace forces, led mediation, and ensured a peaceful transfer of power to an elected government, which we still have. That decisive regional action prevented bloodshed and safeguarded our democracy. And that same solidarity continues. In 2024, ECOWAS approved a hybrid tribunal with the Gambia to prosecute Jammeh-era atrocities, a landmark for regional justice. For small states like ours, the Gambia, regional organizations aren't just abstract institutions. They are lifelines. They give us solidarity, legal recourse, and collective strength. Regionalism for Africa isn't just diplomacy, it's really survival. Thank you.
Five, four, three. Thank you very much, Fatu. Wokeje Hamawu. Thank you. You have the floor now.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Wokeje Humau from Togo. I'm a former ALC fellow. I'm of the opinion that regional organizations are not necessary for regional integration. As Dr. Titi Lope articulated so eloquently earlier, they stifle progress. And this integration has always historically existed naturally, led by the people. My reflection is more about the fact that in 2025, it feels like what is needed is a greater integration at a continental level. As a young African woman, what motivates me are mechanisms like the African Continental Free Trade Agreement area, or the promises of the AU's Agenda 2063. Quite frankly, I'm unsure of how ECOWAS influences my daily life personally, because at this stage, when I travel from Togo to Ghana, I'm still asked way too many questions at the border. And it feels like it's at the discretion of the officer in front of me rather than the law. In 2025, we're seeing a greater cultural integration of the continent as a whole. African pop music and creativity are taking up so much space on the global stage. And guess what the kids are listening to? We're listening to Afro piano, which is the love child of Afrobeats from West Africa and Amapiano from Southern Africa. And so I questioned the relevancy in this increasingly global world of these regional institutions. And for the past few years, during Deti December, we see that Ghana waives visas for anyone of African descent. This has greatly stimulated their tourism industry, and it shows that it is possible if we want to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Wokeje Hamawu. Ibrahim Kane. Is he here? All right, so let's go to Ruth Ogbewekon. So I asked that you move here. So that's why I'm calling you well ahead of time.
Can I?
So yeah, excellent. Thank you.
I will be speaking in French because I'm not an Anglophone.
Oui, monsieur, oui, oui.
Ouais. Alors,
one of the questions and issues I would like to bring up here is, in ECOWAS today, we said it has been very innovative. It has to do with the regional citizenship concept. We established this in 1982, and the regional body gave it an effective meaning.
Are you done? The mic, right? I wish you had made it to this point because that mic is spotless. Let's make it very quickly, sir, Monsieur. Ruth Egbewe Kon Eka Ike, Dr. Carlos Cardoso. Please stand by at this aisle so we don't waste a lot of time trying to get you to your microphones. Oui, monsieur.
Merci, madame.
Thank you. I said that one of ECOWAS' inventions since its establishment was the regional citizenship concept that helps us to address issues of diversity peculiar to this region. But this principle since 1982 did not make any progress, while in other areas they adopted the citizenship concept and gave it an effective context. It will be good that in the context of this celebration to consider strengthening this idea of citizenship and to help ECOWAS citizens to interact more frequently and more effectively with institutions in the region. It is not only the ECOWAS Community Court of Justice that should help people when they are not happy with the activities of the organization to express their views. There should be some other complex mechanisms where they can speak out and make other institutions of the region hear their voices. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. That's how far I can go. Right. Ruth Egbewekon, is she there? Right. And then after her, Eka Ikpe, and then Dr. Carlos Cardoso. You have the floor now, ma'am.
Thank you. Ruth Egbewekon, representing the Pan-African Lawyers Union, PALU. I would like to thank all the debaters and just blanket statement that I agree that regional institutions are essential for regional integration. Very quickly citing African philosophy, Ubuntu, I am because we are. And this is not, regional communities and regional institutions is not a foreign construct to the continent. In fact, it is a characteristic of African political organization and African political behavior. And with all due respect to the debaters, I think that diminishing the importance of this institution is an antithesis to Pan-Africanism. I would also, at the same time, like to validate some of the arguments that were raised against regional institutions. And just to say that what I am hearing is a critical analysis of the institution that we have and an identification of ways to strengthen the gaps and challenges that we have. And just to conclude by saying that there's a Swahili saying, Sisi ndio tuko, that means we are the ones who are here. And so ECOWAS is the institution that we have at the moment. And there is a ripe opportunity to strengthen these gaps and to work towards regional integration with the institutions that we have and in a way that works perfectly for West African people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruth. Eka Ikpe.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you to all the contributors. Some very powerful points were made. I'm going to agree that regional institutions or frameworks are essential for regional integration, and even beyond that, regional integration is essential for Africa's liberation. This is the reason why the Organization for African Unity, the African Union, ECOWAS were actually established. And I think more than ever, in the moment in which we're existing today, with the travails of multipolarity, just thinking of 2025 this year, what we're hearing from the global north economies, how they are contending with more nationalist approaches, it's going to be very difficult for any country in the African continent to negotiate with that system on an individual basis. This has to be done collectively. I think what we've heard, though, today is agreement on all fronts, that there is utility of these regional frameworks and institutions in some form, that there has been historically, there could be going forward. And I think that is the purpose of this moment. What is demanded of ECOWAS today in this moment? We heard about those who have been left out of this regional agenda so far.
Thank you.
So what can be done to address that right now? Thanks.
Thank you so very much. Eka, agreement, she said there's been agreement on all fronts, and I do agree with her. Dr. Carlos Cardoso, please, you have the mic. After him, Hajar Saramba Kande, and Antonia, is that what I have here? Mbro. Say that? Antoinette. Mbro. Yeah? All right. Cardoso.
I believe that the institutions, the regional institutions and organizations are extremely important for the regional integration. But I believe that our states must work on a mechanism to monitor the decisions that are taken, and these decisions are very important to ensure the regional integration. When we observe the borders between Guinea-Bissau and Senegal, for example, we might see several irregularities that are performed by the authorities. They do not facilitate the circulation. If I have a diplomatic passport and I shall not pay any penny to cross the borders, but when I see my auntie with a common passport and she doesn't have the means, she doesn't have any franc to pay what they are requiring, this is very heartbreaking. And this is related with the control mechanism that we are applying in at the borders in our region. Thank you.
For your contribution. Let's invite Haja Sarambe Kande to take the mic. After her, then Antoinette Mbro, then Dr. Akibode Fashaki, and then Dr. Fatima Akilu, in that order.
Thank you to all the contributors. I am from Sierra Leone, and I lived through the civil war in Sierra Leone. When the international community and the world turned its backs against us, it was ECOWAS that stepped up. So yes, I believe ECOWAS, regional organizations like ECOWAS are not only a necessity, they're indispensable. Because how else, which other mechanism could ensure our shared security? I mean, we're talking of integration, but there is no integration without peace. And I believe ECOWAS has demonstrated that you need a mechanism in place to intervene. Let's admit it has faltered. I know now I think the interest of leaders has taken over the people's interest. We see that in ECOWAS court judgments. We see that in the positions that they're giving, that they've been giving to leaders who flaunt our constitutions. So yes, I think the question really shouldn't be whether ECOWAS is a necessity, but how do we strengthen institutions like ECOWAS to deliver for the people rather than doing away with them?
Haja Sarambe Kande there from Sierra Leone. Antoinette Mbro.
Merci, madame.
Dorian.
Thank you. My name is Antoinette Brut from Togo. I represent Will Daf for West Africa. Thank you for the contributions. I will go in the same vein with the position that the regional organizations are a necessity for regional integration in Africa. I must say that regional integration in Africa cannot be achieved without strong institutions like ECOWAS. You will agree with me that these organizations have many roles to play, which includes economic roles, political roles, security roles. So many examples were shared here. Taking the example of the security role ECOWAS plays, I will remind you of what was done in Liberia and what was done in Sierra Leone, for example. Of course, I agree with you that there are still many challenges, and one of the challenges has to do with lack of cohesion. We also have the slow implementation of decisions. We also have mistrust from some people. Despite these challenges, I can assure you that ECOWAS remains indispensable. Finally, without a regional organization that is strong and works in solidarity, African integration will just be an ideal, but it's supposed to be a reality that will be experienced by West Africans. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much indeed. All right, Dr. Akimbode Fashaki, and then Dr. Fatima Akilu. Yeah. Your mic is not on. 1 minute, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Very nice to listen to all the interesting conversations and debates. I'll begin with a small story. 3 generations of mothers, every time they cut the head of their fish to fry their fish, and the 3rd generation, the child of the 3rd mother, asked the mother, why do you always cut the head of the fish? She says, well, my mom used to do it like that. And so it traced it back to the 1st generation. And the mother said, I used to cut the head of my fish because the frying pan I have is so small. What am I trying to say? Institutions are made by man, by humans. Humans make institutions, institutions don't make human beings. I'm taking a central position. I'm not saying for or against. We need institutions, but they must serve us. We see that existing institutions, state, regional organizations, they have been instruments in the hands of a few, and this is quite problematic. People will always find outlets to speak, to engage, to interact, to express themselves, and they have done so. We know about the informal economy. It controls more than 70% of the economy in West Africa. It employs more than 70% of the working class in West Africa. How can we make regional organizations more effective is what we should think about. Cut off all the bureaucracy, reduce the corruption, and ensure that it works in the interest of people. As I started, institutions don't make humans, humans make institutions. We must think about how to make them more effective. Thank you.
Thank you. That was spot on. Dr. Akimbode Fashaki, institutions don't make people. Yeah, brilliant. Dr. Fatima Akilu. Dr. Fatima Akilu.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I see it as really two ends of a bridge, a hard end and a soft end, a top down and a bottom up approach, history on one side and modernity. But perhaps we should be looking at that liminal space in between the bridge. That can actually represent a vulnerability or a strength. We've heard from both sides and what each side can do better. It's true, regional bodies can do large infrastructure projects. They can do economic, social, security integration, and that is their job. On the other hand, we see people, communities that are so much better at balancing their diversity, they're so much better in terms of integration of values and really meeting. So I think that from what I've heard, we must, to meet the moment, we must actually bring these two sides together because no one side can do it by itself.
Thank you very much. Dr. Fatima Akilu, we must bring the two sides together. Brilliant submission there. So I have a list here of people who raised their hands, and we already have a list, and unfortunately it's closed. The first person I'd like to invite is Dr. Atahiru Jega, Nigeria's no-nonsense professor turned democracy referee, the man who brought chalkboard discipline to ballot boxes. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Atahiru Jega to the microphone.
Thank you so very much for this opportunity. I would like to say that to answer this question, it's important that we understand our lived reality, which is that we live in modern nation states. And modern nation states have certain defined characteristics. The first one is that they are territorially defined, and that's why they have borders, and these borders are regulated. The second is that they have citizenships. We all belong in one or the other of these territorially defined countries. And of course, the third issue is that these territorially defined countries have what they call sovereignty. So when you look at this, it is very, very clear that if you want some form of integration across these countries, you need a regional organization to help facilitate and catalyze and coordinate the attainment of the objectives of integration. So the question really is not whether regional organizations are important or necessary for integration. I think what we need to say is that they are necessary, but they are not sufficient for integration in our sub-region or continentally. So what we need to do is how to strengthen the regional organizations and also how to explore the other things that we may also need to do in order to complement the work of regional organizations for desirable regional integration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Tahiru Jega, for your contribution. We must understand our lived reality. We all belong to territories defined by countries, and each country has its own sovereignty. So regional organization is needed for the purpose of integration. Thank you. Brilliant as always. Let me invite General Faye to the microphone and Aleida Borges, right? So you take the microphone after General Faye. Thank you. Yeah, you can use that if it works. But yeah, let's go. No, it's not working, sir. General Faye on his way to the microphone. After that, we take Aleida Georges, then Ambassador Shehu Abdullahi and Professor Chris Isike in that particular order. Please make your way to the microphone so we save time.
Oui. Please allow me to reformulate the question that is being posed to us. What kind of regional organization, with what mandates, and what type of governance? And the Prof touched a bit on that earlier on. Since we are not supposed to ask questions, let me give you my answer. Bottom-up integration does exist already. You have the cross-border trade, intra-African migration without any formal framework. This is already some sort of de facto integration. In other words, what we need is to develop the lines of integration that have been defined by ECOWAS and the African Union by putting emphasis on infrastructure. At the independence, we have the Dakar-Niger train. 60 years later, if we had Dakar-Niger highway, it will have sorted out a lot of problems. Those are some of the actions that we need to undertake. We will be able to do a lot in terms of inter-African transport that is posing a problem. It is also very important that ECOWAS should start brainstorming on how to secure the integration routes. If you have the highways, you need to make sure they are secure. These are a few things I want to say. Thank you.
General Faye. Right, Aleida Georges, you have 1 minute to make your contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so my name is Aleida Borges and I'm based at the African Leadership Center. So I'm going to agree that regional integration is essential for the present and future of Africa. And I'm a big fan of regional integration. But as we sit here celebrating 50 years of ECOWAS, we in Cabo Verde are celebrating 50 years of independence. So we are still trying to figure out who we are after 500 years of Portuguese dominance. We are one of the smallest and least populated countries in ECOWAS. And so for us, sometimes ECOWAS feels like a club of English and French-speaking countries led by the giant of Africa, Nigeria. So I believe actually that there are only 2 Portuguese-speaking individuals here at this meeting. So it's not very clear for such a small country with a small population, with our own problems of regional integration, trying to connect 10 islands, what ECOWAS has to offer to us. So that is the observation I wanted to leave with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. We have Ambassador Shehu Abdullahi. Can you please take the mic? Okay, it's over there. Thank you, sir. And after him, we have Professor Chris Isike to give his contribution in 1 minute, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, madam. Thank you so much.
Took my list. Can you try again? Let's see if it's okay now.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Babakar Mbai is my name. Ambassador Mbai is my name. Let me say that Africa, and in particular our region, it's been mobilized so that multilateralism would prevail in issues that we are of interest to us on the international scene. And in that mobilization, if you want to be effective and credible at the same time, we need to be exemplary in the way we handle ourselves. Integration is one of the ways of showing solidarity amongst ourselves. This is for me to say that integration is indispensable if we want to be indispensable on the international scene in our struggle to make sure that multilateralism will prevail. So this is my own contribution to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please go ahead, sir.
Well, I was saying that the two positions have been canvassed with passion, but I could see that Dr. Ajayi wanted us to abolish the state and create an anarchy, because Dr. Afolabi has drawn your attention to the Westphalian arrangement. We can therefore build consensus around the wisdom expressed by Professor Abdullahi Batili. That organizations are important, but there are challenges. Those challenges that Dr. Ajayi identified were not created by the institutions, they were created by other actors. So the first step is to recognize the important role of non-state actors and create a space for them. Once we create a space for them, they can now fit into the consensus that have been proposed by Professor Batili. Thank you very much.
Yeah, to the microphone. He's there, Ambassador. Oh, sorry about that. After him, we will take Ifeanyi Okechukwu, Clement Sefa Nyako, Professor Aziz Olaniyo, Dr. Hakeem Jamil, Sir Kehinde Olayode, in that particular order. Say that again. Sorry. Say that again. Okay, yeah, yeah, Prof, please go ahead.
Thank you. So regional groupings are key to integration, in my view. But to make ECOWAS indispensable, it must pivot from signing protocols to enforcing performance. ECOWAS has the treaties for free movement, but its internal trade is still choked by bottlenecks. And as you have heard, it has massive border delays. The problem isn't a lack of rules. It's a lack of operational machinery to back those rules up. ECOWAS could look to my part of the world, East Africa, and the Northern Corridor on how this can be done. The Northern Corridor success wasn't built on another summit or on another corridor meeting. it was built on two things. One, dedicated management, and two, data-driven accountability. Northern Corridor established a permanent secretariat focused solely on logistics and burdened by broader politics. And crucially, they use a performance monitoring system to publicly track border clearance times, which forces national customs and police agencies to meet regional targets. And this has dramatically cut transit times for thousands of trucks traveling between Kenya's port of Mombasa and the hinterland. And I think that ECOWAS could benefit from this type of model in terms of showing it values people.
Thank you.
Lastly, just one tiny point. It could also be a move away from just policies and dedicate these management agencies so that a corridor like Lagos-Abidjan is actually funded. There's data to prove its efficiency and efficacy and show tangible profit to the people of West Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So I skipped Professor Chris Isike earlier. So you have the mic now and you have 1 minute. Let's do this.
All right, thank you very much. So for questions like this, I normally would go to a reading of pre-colonial African history. And based on that reading, I would support both motions. I would say that both motions are correct. And this point has been articulated by Dr. Akilu and Professor Jega already, but I came out just because they didn't say the reasons why they are supporting both motions. And it's simply that this is not new. Integration has always taken place in Africa, pre-colonialism, based on institutions, deep-rooted institutions and cultures and norms that facilitated that. And they were both state and people driven. And if you want to understand, ECOWAS has always existed in the Mande Kingdom in Mali, the Ashanti Kingdom in Ghana, Yoruba Kingdom, the Great Zimbabwe, right? All of these are state structures, unions of states, but they were both state and people driven. So let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's simply go back to how we used to do it and we'll get it right.
Thank you, Professor Sike. Let's not reinvent the wheel. Yeah. Is that Ifeanyi Okechukwu?
Yes, please.
Excellent.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you, speakers as well. I think I will support the position of the regional integration and regional institutions working hand in hand. A house that is leaking does not suggest that we should discountenance issues around house. Shelter is important to us. We shouldn't deny that shelter is important, is not important because a house is leaking. Why I say this is because when you look at the modern society, and I think Professor Jega also talked about that, the interdependency of modern society, the relationship between the state and society is key. And then also the globalization process, the way that our societies and states are shaped, requires that states work together and also find ways of regulating themselves as well. And the only way you could do this is also to have some kind of a multilateral operation. And multilateral operation only can be possible only when you have some kind of regional institution, regional mechanism, call it whatever you want. But in our own understanding, it's reflected in the way that ECOWAS works. So for us to be able to exist, to progress, to develop, to address issues that we have that seems to overlap within our society, you need regional organizations to work.
Thank you, Ifeanyi Okechukwu. We need a multilateral operation through regional institutions. That's brilliant there. Clement Sifa Nyako, then Professor Aziz Olaniyo, Dr. Hakeem Jamiu, Professor Kehinde Olayode, yeah, in that particular order.
Okay, thank you. Really good questions there. And I'm really conflicted whether regional integration is necessary, because on the one hand, we have regional organizations, like, I mean, I'm conflicted whether regional organizations are necessary for regional integration. I guess that's the point. Because on the one hand, we have regional bodies like ECOWAS, SADC that are doing great things, but like Penda and others have said, cannot be seen in the lives of ordinary people. And so the question is, to what extent is do we see those are necessary for regional integration when we want the whole of Africa to be integrated rather than bits and pieces of elites integrated and sitting around tables here? But also on the other hand, there are a few communities that do not form neatly into the countries as we have, so that if you say countries should form regional integration, it will be almost impossible. And I have a few of those in the gray areas in mind, like stateless people, people who are on the fringes and margins of society, who don't even have passport or don't identify with any country, not because of any doing of theirs, but because of things of war and mobilities and things that just put people in the middle there. We also have some communities like the sometimes LGBT communities and others who don't often have their interests represented nicely by countries. And so we want to see where those, so I guess my final point is that I'm conflicted, and either way, there has to be a way that the interests of those at the margins are considered. Thanks.
Okay, so Clement is conflicted. Well, Professor Aziz Olanio.
Thank you very much. Okay, yeah. The problems facing humanity are actually supranational, that is beyond the powers of each state. And so for this problem to be resolved, the states must come together, mobilize the citizens to achieve the goal. And you cannot do this without the kind of platform. And that is why regional organizations are very, very important. And you can see that ECOWAS have been responding to some of the challenges, such as migration, human trafficking, drug issue, corruption, poverty, conflict, etc. So in addressing these issues by ECOWAS, some problems have also emerged. That the case of ECOWAS protocol on migration, it has allowed some nefarious elements to cross borders. So, but the solution to that is not to abolish the regional organizations. And to me, the best way is to strengthen these organizations so as to address the problems that keep emerging. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So states must come together and mobilize their citizens using the platform that ECOWAS has provided. Thank you very much for that contribution. Dr. Hakeem Jamil.
Thank you so much. My own contribution will be how to reconcile the issue of insurgency, banditry, and terrorism with integration and cooperation in West African states. As an earlier speaker said, that is Hajar Sarambi. She said there can be no integration without peace. This is the bitter truth. The reality of insecurity has made regional bodies necessary in the concern terrorism and banditry with integration and cooperation in West African states. Integration and cooperation cannot be left to float without regulation by regional bodies, especially in this era of insecurity. This requires a motivated approach that addresses the root causes of these security challenges while fostering regional collaboration. There should be strategies to tackle poverty, unemployment, lack of educational opportunities, governance, and corruption. A regional body like ECOWAS can do more through intelligence sharing, joint operations, and economic initiatives. And there are examples of successful regional initiatives like the Multinational Joint Task Force, which has been effective in conducting joint operations against Boko Haram and its offshoots in the Lake Chad region. Also, there are regional initiatives that has helped integration, like the Accra Initiative, which has improved intelligence sharing and has improved security. ECOWAS Standby Force, which have performed well in restoring order in countries like Liberia, Gambia, and Sierra Leone. We only need to strengthen this to make them more functional through political will and by tackling the internal crisis of member states, especially the threatening problem of insecurity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hakeem Jamil. Thank you for your contribution. Professor Kehinde Olayode, then Ojoba Ode Ataluku. Professor Kehinde Olayode. All right, so can we have Ojobo Ode Ataluku? Then
I just want to thank the organizers for this very interesting debate. And I want to look at it from a global perspective, especially the current challenge to institutionalism, especially the rise of populism and the strong men in politics, as we've seen in United States of America, in China, Turkey, India, Russia, and elsewhere. I think it is important for ECOWAS to strategize. My fear is, can ECOWAS survive in the face of ongoing challenges and onslaught to institutionalism and the undermining of the institutional arrangement that was set at the end of the Second World War? And I absolutely agree with the position of Dr. Afolabi. While the Westphalian structure is the current framework of international relations, but then we can see the surging and the creeping threats from populism. And it is important for ECOWAS to design some homegrown challenges to be able to survive in the next decade. Thank you.
Thank you. Or Professor Kehinde Olayode, thank you very much for your contribution and your concern that unless ECOWAS re-strategizes, it may not be able to survive in the face of the ongoing onslaught on institutionalism. Thank you for your contribution. Let me invite Ojobo Ode Ataluku, Dr. Sylvanus Wekeja.
Thank you very much. My name is Ojobo Ode Atuluku. And my position is that nothing is ever black or white. Indeed, there are shades of gray linking both colors all the time. The question is, are regional organizations a necessity for regional integration? And my answer is no. They are not a necessity, but they are desirable for coordination and facilitation, but must maintain relevance even within those rules. I hold that with the deepening fragmentation, the loss of credibility, especially in enforcement of democratic norms in states that would call themselves democracies, the frustrations of citizens turning into anger against fellow Africans of other countries, the preference for bilateral deals and sectoral cooperation, all these lead to the emerging momentum for a reconstituted West African Union in an architecture that recognizes political variation, models, including robust citizen participation, both locally within each country, as well as across the sub-region, bound on specific functional areas such as trade, digital, climate, and security coordination, offering pathways of integration that works for the people and not for democracy's dictators, protecting their leadership turf. Relevance for the people's rights and welfare is the ground foundation on which such a union must be based. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, ma'am, for your contribution. Thank you for your contribution. So I'm going to call up the last speaker because we are really running out of time. Wekesa. Yeah, so I have a Wekesa here.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, so take the mic in 1 minute. If you can do it in less, I'll be very happy.
Okay, thank you. I want to agree with Dr. Ajay that sometimes it questions what if regional economic communities are important. But I will use the lessons of the East African community, perhaps to forewarn our partners in the ECOWAS that what we're experiencing within the East African community is what I call the negative integration, where we have member state governments who are trying to claw back some of the normative frameworks placed around by the regional economic communities. Take, for example, the free movement of persons. Governments in East Africa are engaging in some transnational authoritarianism where member states abduct at will, cross-border abductions across the member states, where one member state can walk into another and abduct a government critic. Yesterday, in the aftermath of the Tanzanian elections, contested elections, for the first time, we saw Tanzanian security agencies shooting at Kenyans, trying to cross to go and demonstrate against the electoral fraud in Tanzania. So the regional economic communities need to be aware that as much as they're placing these frameworks on free movement of people, labor, and what have you, they are not in sync with what the government in power is thinking around that time. So for us to achieve that positive integration, we as a society and the framers of these protocols and agreements need to be cognizant to the fact that it is not good for everyone to support it. So ECOWAS, it's a wake-up call. You need to be looking at what is happening in the East African community, because sooner or later, it's going to catch up with you. Thank you.
There's a wake-up call for ECOWAS there. Thank you, Wakesa, for your contribution. Right. So by every standard, I want to say that the Africa Public Square debate with the team future-proofing regional integration has been a huge success. Don't you think so? So if you think so, put your hands together for everybody who has been a part of it, who has made it happen, from our key debaters, and everybody who has come to the podium, Professor Fumi, Olani Shaki, Professor Abdullahi Bathili, Dr. Titi Lokpe Ajayi, Dr. Fasal Garba Mohammed, Dr. Babatunde Afolabi, and everybody who has made this a huge success. Right now, I want to invite Professor Medani Tadese to reflect on the debate we've had so far and regional integration in a global context. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as I make welcome Professor Medani Tadese. Thank you. Did I call the name well?
Yeah, I did. You did. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, good. Well, I think everything has been said, and this gathering is really precious and energizing. I mean, in order to define and identify the identity of, the purpose itself requires also understanding the challenges, the global challenges in this case. I think the global changes are displaying unsettling implications to regional organizations, to states, and citizens. And the problem starts with lack of realization that Africa's regional organizations, including ECOWAS, lacked the realization that the sands were shifting, the global order was shifting. The normative framework that has powered regional organizations in the first place is shaking. I think that lack of realization has costed them, which means they were unaware of the ramifications. And two, because of the changes, we have an expansion of restrictive environments. Money, finances for peacemaking or conflict resolution is shrinking. Values are shrinking. So what do we do in such a situation? Multilateralism is in a back foot. What we see now is the operating framework has also shifted. The focus now is mainly the global north and major powers is to deal with each specific countries as separate issues. When regional approach is sorely needed. And this is happening. We are facing what I call as extractive mediation, where a global power forces ceasefires, maybe fake peace agreements for rents, to collect rents. This is new. The political economy is shifting. The global political economy affecting Africa. I might consider this as post-liberal conquest. I'm deliberately saying liberal because some call it neoliberal. No. It doesn't depend or recognize all the liberal process and institutions. All is for grabs, land, minerals, everything, including data mining, including sovereignty, political sovereignty. So, maybe some say, this is not new. Of course, yeah. Africa was colonized, plundered, yes, it's not new. But it's new in one aspect. The crudeness of this exploitative dynamics is new, at least since the end of the Cold War. In terms of its crudeness, its bluntness. So that is the question. It's new in that regard. So the realization comes here. We have been entering the post-Cold War period, and yet we have been operating and thinking as if we are in a post-Cold War period. Violence is becoming the defining economic logic. Violence in many respects. Regional organizations are silenced coercively. I can give you the example of the DRC Rwanda deal, you know. African governments asked Marco Rubio to cite the role and participation of regional organizations in the deal. They refused. It will reduce, you know, the branding of the deal by Trump. So what is happening is that the situation is worsening even for Africa's regional organization because this is being achieved by weaponizing wars, conflicts, weak statehood and sovereignty and fragility. This is being weaponized. So, circling back to the question, are regional organizations fit for purpose? Well, the problem is that they are not due to lack of organizing, clearly defined organizing principles, be it in the economic sense. What is the coal and steel of West Africa? Is it minerals? Is it agriculture? You cannot have Uber Eats type of list and, you know, just anchor your whatever, you know, regional integration. You have to identify that. In terms of the political community, what is that? So the point is that if there is any logic behind these organizations, I'm sure there are many, it hasn't been well thought through. I think that's the main issue here. All this means is that thinking beyond strengthening existing regional organizations or the revival of REX is the most important issue, as crucial as they may be right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think it's been a wonderful debate. And the rapporteur team was monitoring those who support the necessity for regional organization, those who are against, and those who are for. So according to the report before me here, those who are indifferent, 6, those who are against, 2, and those who are in support, 15. So, as we say in the Nigerian parliament, the ayes have it. Thank you very much. So I will ask the panelists to just step forward for photograph. Where's our photographer? Quickly. Step forward for photograph along with the moderator. And then we've been clean whether we should just continue or we should have a short tea break. What do you think? Short break, but with the commitment that you will all come back in 15 minutes. Do we agree to that? Do we agree to that? Okay, so short tea break. There are 2 service points. Downstairs, if you go to downstairs, one to your left if you are a leftist, then one to your right if you are a rightist. Then the egghead, you take the guest to their tea break. Please come back in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Thank you. Hello? We need to really come back now. We need to come back. We need to come back and start the next section. Aigbe Omori, please help me. You are the only person who can do it. Mobilize them to come back. No, I'm not a high girl. Please go and mobilize people there. I know you can do it. Please help me mobilize them to come back. No, please, how can they not listen to you? Don't use ambassadorial language. Use the street people's language. Eget, you can go and bring the dignitaries. Eget, go and bring your people. Go and bring your people. Please, let's start coming back to our seats. We want to start the second session. We want to start the technical session right now. So please start coming back. Yeah, you're right there. Let's come back and sit down. We want to start the second session. Eget, please. Please, let's come back and sit down. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's start this section right now by inviting the panelists to come to this other side of the table. The moderator of this section is a Nigerian British gender and development practitioner, feminist activist, policy advocate, leadership coach, philanthropist, image management specialist, and writer with decades of leadership in women's rights and social justice. She co-founded the Amandla Institute for Policy and Leadership Development and the African Women's Development Fund. She was a trustee of Comic Relief, co-chair of the International Network of Women's Funds, and board member of the Global Funds for Women. She also co-founded the African Grantmakers Network, now the African Philanthropy Network, and she serves as a senior advisor to the UN Women Nigeria. And she is also a visiting fellow at King's College London. Help me to welcome Her Excellency, Bisi Adeleye Fayemi. Please put your hands together for her as she moves to this side of the table. The first panelist on my list is the Senegalese academic, historian, civil society activist, and politician. Teaches Muslim, Middle Ages, and Western history at Cheikh Anta Diop University in Dakar. She is a member of several intellectual societies and obtained several decorations, including appointment as Commander of the National Order of Merit, Knight of the French Legion of Honor, and Officer of the Legion of Honor. Dr. Honoris Causa from the University of Uppsala, Sweden, and pioneer woman, John Paul II Prize for Peace. Please put your hands together for Professor Penda Mbo. Please, we have started. Let us all sit down and stop the discussions. Let's sit down, stop the discussions, and listen. Let me invite the next panelist, the Ghanaian philosopher and development practitioner for over 17 years, currently a doctoral candidate at Sofia University of Bulgaria, where he has presented his dissertation, and his works across Ghana, Sierra Leone, and Liberia focuses on youth agency, human rights, elections, HIV/AIDS governance, and peace building. Please put your hands together for Mr. Simon Sike-Sosa. And then finally, the Nigerian lawyer and researcher associated with Riara University, Kenya. She's a legal research and project consultant with Pan-African Lawyers Union, focusing on international law, international humanitarian law, and human rights, and has spoken on topics such as the role of lawyers in protecting human rights defenders and public interest litigations. Please put your hands together for Ms. Ruth. Just an announcement that there's actually a recent research work which indicated that the two greatest causes of death in Nigeria are hypertension and diabetes. But I used to be a pharmacist. So I know that those two diseases should not ordinarily kill. If you check yourself regularly and take your drugs. But that is not with the announcement. The announcement is that there is a medical team on ground, courtesy of the Comforters Place Specialist Hospital and IVF Center, courtesy of Amandla Institute. If you go downstairs, there is a desk of the medical team. They are willing to check anybody free of charge. You can check your blood pressure, you can check your blood sugar. If you have any emergency, they will deal with it. In fact, I was there as a pharmacist. There's apparently like a pharmacy shop there, antihypertensive drugs and all of those things. And they told me they will be free of charge. So put your hands together for the Comforters Place and Amandla Institute. Now, back to the section. This, as has been noted in the opening ceremony, the theme for this conference is future-proofing regional integration in Africa, reimagining West African regional cooperation and integration, alternative futures. This section is the opening section of the technical sections, and it will set the tone for our reflection on the next 50 years of ECOWAS cooperation. Our distinguished panelists will help us to interrogate the foundational principles, historical experiences, and emerging realities shaping regional integration, laying the groundwork for deeper discussions ahead. It is my pleasure to hand over to the moderator of this section, Her Excellency, Mrs. Bisi Adeleye Fayemi. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Dr. Otive. Good afternoon to you all. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Did you get coffee? Did you get tea? I would like to welcome my distinguished panelists, Professor Mbo, Mr. Simon Sike-Sosa, Ms. Ruth Ogwewekon, thank you very much for joining us. And I would like to thank once again all those who spoke this morning at the opening ceremony and at the Africa Public Square. I'm sure you'll all agree that those sessions were really informative and have given us a lot of food for thought. Do you agree? Okay, so now we are going to, and I know that we don't have that much time, so even though we are supposed to have 75 minutes, I'm going to try and see if we can finish within an hour because we need to make sure people have lunch and go and do other things. So in the discussions that we had this morning, especially during the Africa Public Square, there seemed to have been some consensus, in fact, consensus to a large extent, that you need to have a house that lays on a solid foundation, and you need to have a house that has a roof. You can't have a house without a roof, and there's no such thing as a roof that is not covering a house. So we need communities, citizens, and people who are engaged, who are interconnected, interrelated, and going about their business, however it is they define their business within the region. And we need regional institutions to ensure that they sustain the social contracts, at least in theory and in practice, that they have with their people. So I think that's what the consensus has been so far. And before we went off for lunch, there was a question posed by Prof, who said, do we think our regional institutions, particularly ECOWAS, since we are here to celebrate ECOWAS at 50, do we think our regional institutions are fit for purpose into the next, to the next level over the next 50 years? And that's essentially what this panel is going to be looking at. Is this house that we have with the roof that we have fit for purpose? Are the dimensions adequate? Does the roof need to be fixed or does it need to be changed? What kind of structures, both human and otherwise, do we need to take us forward over the next 50 years? So there are 3 framing questions that have been put together, and I'm going to ask each of our panelists a question each, and they will respond, and we'll have a conversation around their responses, and then we'll throw it up to the audience. And so my first question, which I'm going to pose to Professor Penda Mbo, and it's great that she's a professor of history, and as someone, just like Dr. Otive is a lapsed pharmacist, I am a former historian, although I'd like to believe that in light of recent events, I fully claim my background and training as an historian, considering the fact that many of our governments and educational authorities have decided that history is not supposed to be a priority. And that is one of the reasons why we find ourselves in, with so many problems these days. So Professor Mbo, my question to you is, what history of the ECOWAS experience ought to be borne in mind as we think about West Africa over the next 50 years? So if you could share your thoughts with us in no more than 5 minutes. And whatever works for you, you can do it from there if you are comfortable. Switch on.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la modératrice.
Thank you very much. We should be able to hear some French, at least, for a change. Now, let me respond to your question. Professor Abdoulaye Bathily has already given a hint. I was saying that Professor Abdoulaye Bathily had given a hint of a very wide hint concerning the issue at stake. Can I move on? This equipment seems to be a bit complicated. Can I continue, please? Professor Bathily gave a response to the very important question you have asked. You cannot build the future if we are not rooted in the past, especially for a continent such as ours, the African continent, whereby our destiny at sometimes were controlled by external forces. For us to be able to get the continuity of African societies, it is important for us to piggyback into history. I believe that we are unable to go for transformation or changes in terms of the sub-regional organization and the African Union without a women's perspective. Let me explain myself. It is women that are in charge of structuring the society itself. It is women who discovered agriculture during the Neolithic age. It is women that impose sedentarization, and it is women that are the instigation of the creation of cities and villages and so on and so forth. It is women that started African spirituality. In this view, building something in Africa, it must be done with the women, especially when you want to reorganize communities, because in order to reconstruct ECOWAS of peoples, there are two essential factors. The first aspect is the reorganization of community-based organizations that were dismantled in the past. The most important issue is what happened between Nigeria and Niger when we had the AES division. It is the Hausa community that were able to work against that division, and they were able to clear some field issues, and that we cannot do anything in reorganizing communities. Nothing can be done without the women. Secondly, another important aspect is that in order for us to have a new construction of our organization, we need to have mindset change and attitudinal change. We cannot continue to have the same mindset that we have among the leaders, who is the head, and the absence of democratic principles at the basic level. We cannot build ECOWAS without having everybody being on board in building the society. African integration will be done essentially with the participation of everyone, especially that of women. I know that the organization has worked on 3 thematics for so long, and this has already happened. We have the political participation of women. Up till now, this situation is not so wonderful as it were. And you have the economic emancipation of women. If we want to have food sufficiency, it is not possible to achieve that if women themselves are not using modern intense agriculture with capital to do that. It is the involvement of women in modern agriculture that can give us the right solution to food sufficiency. So economic sufficiency through agriculture, industrialization, processing, agro-processing by women is done by women, but at a very low level. Food processing is done in an artisanal way, but if women do not do industrialization in terms of using modern techniques and being involved, it will not be possible for us to achieve that industrialization. I think that today women are the real answers to the question we're asking ourselves. The third one, which is a real challenge for Africa and the sub-region, is the role of women in terms of the issues of peace and security. We are limiting women to the issue of mediation. And then even the way peace is being constructed, we're talking about AES countries that are gone, but I am convinced that among women's organizations, if women get mobilized and ask their political leaders to come back into the organization, this will happen, because we are sure that women are able to do that. This is a mandate that should be given to women so that we can get the unity that has been dismantled within ECOWAS. Let me just say a word also on women. The question wasn't asked, but you know the African youths today, from east to the west, you see them with the Gen Z movements here and there. But the African youth is looking for jobs and employment. What they want, in actual fact, is democracy. And the acceptance of democracy, because it's a matter of dignity. The citizenship that Brian Khan was talking about, this is an imperative, and the young people are looking for that citizenship, and they need to respect the culture of peace, and so that we can have the entrenchment of rule of law in Africa. So this is what I can say by way of introduction to this subject matter.
Thank you very much, Professor Penda, for sharing those thoughts with us. Your message is very clear. There is no state, no country, no community that can achieve any kind of development without the full and equal participation of women across board. This is 2025, exactly 30 years after the Beijing conference. A number of us here were at Beijing. I attended the Beijing conference as a young woman, and I know what I dreamt of alongside my contemporaries who were at Beijing in terms of some of the areas that you've articulated. What would a continent look like in terms of peace and security? What would the economic empowerment of women look like? What would political participation look like? And what would protection from sexual and gender-based violence look like? And here we are 30 years after. We've taken 5 steps forward in many instances and 10 steps back. It's only in cases where we have, say, the best case scenario where we can say we are marching on one spot. So if we are going to have institutions, either Pan-African or sub-regional, that are going to be fit for purpose for the next 50 years, it has to be inclusive of the agency, the voices, and the aspirations of women and other marginalized constituencies. And we'll see that as we go along. So thank you very much for that, Professor. So yes, you can clap. Clap for women. You're not clapping for me. And for all the men who believe that it is important to address these issues, because I'm sure, in the words of one of our late legends in Nigeria, Chief MQ Abiola, you cannot clap with one hand. And one of the reasons why we find ourselves in the crisis we have today in many parts of the continent is we continue to believe, we continue to be under the illusion that it's possible to clap with one hand. So just as we cannot develop our societies and our countries without the involvement of women, it's not possible to ignore the teeming population of our youth because they happen to be in the majority. And so, Simon, can you please tell us, how do young people in the region attain and express their agency within the framework of ECOWAS regional governance?
Yeah, thank you and good afternoon. Greetings from the Netherlands, Sierra Leone, and Sofia, Bulgaria. The first part of these sessions has been very entertaining for me and very much also broadening my mind, because the conversation for me comes to one point of knowledge. How do we generate, create, share, and shared knowledge? The last part, sharing knowledge, is part of my work where I say that we attain true knowledge when we get to a point where we say that if I have been moving this from this point to that point every day and it makes sense to me, but then professor teaches me a new thing and say, if it moves this way, it's better, and I drop my first knowledge and take the new one, then I've done what? I have shared knowledge, all right? But in reality, we always constantly and consistently create knowledge. That is what we did in the first session. We are creating knowledge, and then we are sharing. And then now we hope that at the end of the session, and speaking to the Dr. Fatau's words, that it will hopefully some of these things will lead into new processes for ECOWAS. So talking about knowledge from a philosophical point of view, knowledge, how we create it and how we use it and how it is used in our language is very important. Why do I say this? We have defined youth as a group of people. 15, according to ECOWAS, AU, and all of the regional protocols, youth 15 to 35. Now, when you go to Europe, you will not find any person older than 25, even 18, wanting to agree that he or she is a youth. But we have 35-year-old men and women in Africa, and we design projects and programs for them and call them youth. And some of those young people are grandparents, they are mothers, they are wives, they are husbands, they are uncles. So the knowledge that we have created over time and how we craft the use of those words in the words of Wationgo in his culture and language, for example, you'll see that youth is a contested word. It is cultural, it is developmental, it's historic because all the people that led us to create what independent African states were one-time young people. They were one-time Kwame Nkrumah. Everybody that you can think of were seen and envisaged as young people. So it's cultural, it's political, it's developmental, it is language, and above all, it is being. And we forget that consistently. What does it mean to be youth? And in my work, I call that youthness. And we miss that in how we create and develop policies that target these young people. So we don't think of them as being, how did they live their life as young people? That is something that we miss very much. And I would like to take that forward and talk about how do young people then are able to claim agency in the frameworks that we find for ourselves. Now, we have a formal structure in the ECOWAS's own works and in the CSOs, how they interact, the gender-based violence policies that has been imported into ECOWAS's protocol and everything. We can talk about all of those things. There is the societal and transnational modalities, that we can talk about that in how we practice culture across, even the voodoo, the so-called voodoo and black magic that we negatively call them. These are conversations that transcend not just Eastern Nigeria and Benin and Ghana and Togo, but it goes all the way to Liberia, Sierra Leone, and even Guinea, in how secret societies are created and how young people are positioned in those conversations. So what have we done over time? We have condensed the concept of youth and being youth into one monolithic word, development. So we create programs to solve youth problems because we have overly securitized them. We have made them into pieces of conflicts. We have made them into drug problems. So when we work with young people, our brain and how we philosophize them or socialize them or politicize them is we are solving a problem. In Ghana's new project of 24 economy, most of you may have heard, the problem is not what tools, what skills do young people have that we can leverage on, is what jobs can we create for young people to do. So we are saying go and rear chickens. It's not wrong that we want young people to rear chickens, but do they want to rear chickens? We want to develop roads. So we think that the young people are going to be road contractors. Do they want to contract roads? It's not because they want jobs. Like Professor said, they just want to be recognized. They want us to understand that they exist as human beings. They are beings first. And this is philosophical. The being with a capital B. Yeah, being. They are humans. They are not just a number. They are not our child, our children, our nephews and nieces. They are human beings first. So do we meet those aspirations for them? Then there is a question of now the agency. How did they claim this? They claimed, we see young people claim this from how Mr. Abochi is looking at me, Dr. Abochi is looking at me, and Egghead were the first group of young people to organize the ECOWAS Roadshow that focused on young people. And that is a classic example of young people telling leaders that we exist. But I think after 2005, it's never been done again. these are spaces that young people can travel across the region and come here and present petitions and present positions and present ideas that can be worked into frameworks that have ceased to operate since 2005, for example. So going forward, I think that my thesis is that the next half century in West Africa, the ECOWAS as an institution will be shaped by our imagination of what free movement means, what democratic norms we want to push and leverage, what does our shared prosperity means to us, and how do we get young people to live and to help them experience these realities of being youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us, Simon. I remember just after Beijing, in collaboration with some other young feminists, at the time, I co-founded the African Women's Leadership Institute. And we were very focused on that program being about developing the capacities of young African women leaders. So we had this age limit of 25 to 40. And everywhere we went, every time we spoke was about, we young women. And then one day, one of my colleagues said, you know what, let's try and tone this down, because the time will come when we will be over 40 and we won't be young women. So we need to stop thinking about being youth in perpetuity. We need to start thinking about what should that contribution be throughout our life cycles. How do we leverage on the knowledge of older women? How do we have conversations with those who are younger than we are? And yes, we have this space that we've created for ourselves, but let's just use it as a platform to understand where we are, build our own capacities, and then move out of that mode of thinking to something else. And guess what? I mean, that was how many years ago? None of us who were part of those conversations are young, because there's a way in which a lot of people like to weaponize or commercialize the whole notion of youthness, as you brilliantly put it. So thank you very much. So over to you, Ruth. And the question I have for you is, what are some of the present and emerging rights? What are some of the present and emerging rights, citizenship, and belonging questions of future people of the West African region? And what should ECOWAS do to respond to this?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I think I intend not to take too much time, but when I was just thinking about the question, I think there is a lot of global trends at multiple levels have given us a lot to work with, a lot is changing. And so I don't know if we would have time to engage in all, but I think I'll try my best to just articulate some of the pressing—
In 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, so I'll just get into it. I think that when ECOWAS was established initially in 1975, the goal was economic cooperation. And since then it's expanded. I mean, some of the interventions during the debate earlier mentioned, diplomatic intervention, political intervention, and so on and so forth. Now, I mean, of course, we have free movement, etc. So, I mean, I think all of that just really tells us that we are in a changing world and there's room to grow. And when we are confronted with, new developments within the region, within West Africa, continentally in Africa, and even globally, what we should start thinking is reimagining some of the systems that we have. Not to say that these systems are rubbish and we should throw them out, but really to just start thinking more critically about how we can modify and adjust to the changing world around us. And so the question really is, how can we then adapt ECOWAS in light with some of the trends that we've been seeing in recent times? How can we then adapt ECOWAS to respond, or adapt even nationally, domestically? What can we adapt, and what can we prioritize and deprioritize to adapt to the changing world around us? So I think I'll just really start by maybe just summarizing some of the trends. I know I don't have a lot of time, but maybe I can start with summarizing some of the trends we've seen in West Africa, at least, for instance. I don't know, I found this very funny. When I came in the morning, they're missing gaps in the line. I think that definitely represents the recent withdrawal of Mali, Chad, and Niger, the Sahel states over there. I think maybe the fourth is probably Cabo Verde, but very, 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 very obvious representation visually of a recent trend, which is what we might want to now consider as Alliance for Sahel states and an ECOWAS, existing at the same time within the same geographical region. And so what does that mean for regional cooperation for things like peace and security, considering, for instance, that Nigeria borders, the Sahel states, some of them, not to mention on the other side of the continent is Central Africa. So you have the Sahel region and the Chadian basin also touching Central Africa. That also is seeing increasing insecurity with the conflict in the Central African Republic, the conflict in the DRC, and etc. So what does that mean? But then this is definitely something to consider in terms of reimagining how we do diplomatic engagement and how ECOWAS functions as, through its peace and security operations. Something else would be, illicit extraction of resources. I mean, this is something that we keep talking about over and over again on the continent. The Sahel leaders have been very vocal about the cross and illicit extraction of resources from their regions. And I mean, same likewise in Nigeria, where we have pipeline tapping, or in Ghana with gold, and we're losing billions. Each of these countries are losing billions. And I know ECOWAS in the past has passed some policy instruments on guidelines for mining that is supposed to be, streamline mining processes within the region. But we have issues with implementation. We have issues with compliance as well. And so then when we start thinking about the future and how much is being extracted from the continent, from the region, in this way, then it's a matter of, okay, our system is really enough. I'll just now move maybe very quickly to what's going on in Africa, and then just highlight something that's going on in the world. In Africa, some of you might already be aware, is there's renewed energy within the African Union system for reparative justice, for historical injustices, including colonialism, apartheid, and slavery. And we must know that West Africa, particularly as a sub-region, was one of the most affected by transatlantic slavery, and the DNA tests from Africans in the diaspora almost always trace their roots to West Africa. Never mind loss of cultural heritage from Togo, Benin, Nigeria, Ghana, you name it. And so when we talk about restitution, we talk about reparations as a priority for the African Union. The African Union this year appointed 2025 as the year of reparations and renewed action for reparations, and has now also extended that mandate in June, the upcoming decade. So it will be 2026 to 2036 as the decade of reparations. And so within West Africa as a geographical bloc, considering our history of being severely impacted by the historical justice we're talking about, and for young people's access to cultural heritage and access to their future that was essentially stolen through what happened in the past, what can ECOWAS and what is ECOWAS doing to prioritize or to reprioritize the reparations agenda in line with Africa's trend and move towards reparative justice? And lastly, and I know I'm really, really running out of time, so I'm just going through everything, would be just one to highlight what's going on the global scale: aid cuts. The people in DC, well, the man in DC, at least, with the closure of US aid, essentially plunged Africa and West Africa in particular into a public health crisis. For instance, ARVs that were heavily subsidized as a result of funding coming in from the United States suddenly stopped, which put millions of Africans who are on HIV and AIDS medication at risk. And so now governments are now trying to look inwards and trying to find new funding sources. Never mind, and you want to couple that with the general move from the global north to the move towards the east. When we talk about China, we talk about Russia, and so funding is a big issue. And when we talk about the future and forward looking for the continent, our development, and I know we don't necessarily like the word development, as Mr. Simon said, but when we talk about the development, multi-sectoral and cross-cutting on the continent, what are we doing about funding? What are we doing to find alternative means for funding? I think I have overstayed time, but maybe perhaps if it circles back to me and I have another opportunity, I could get into some of the practical suggestions that I would have to some of these trends and questions I've raised. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ruth, and we are definitely coming back to you because you asked a number of questions and maybe they were meant to be rhetorical questions, but you are going to be part of that agenda actively going forward. So we're going to be coming back to you for you to give us specific guidance to create the roadmap, right? So I know you'll be up to the challenge. So I'm coming back to you, Professor. Now, you feel, of course, very strongly about the agency and contributions of women. As a historian, do you think enough has been done to document and record the contributions of women in our communities? And if enough hasn't been done, what are the implications for how we take this agenda forward? Or what would you like to see placed on the agenda for member states of ECOWAS as we move forward, if they are going to be building a stronger house?
Très bonne question. Ça s'appelle la culture. À un moment donné, c'est que les sociétés africaines.
The microphone is breaking. Can the speaker change our microphone? We are unable to hear properly. Thank you.
Donc, je disais que
I was saying earlier on, this issue is of importance. For very long, ECOWAS, in its evolution, has seen a lot of discontinuity through all kinds of acculturation that came from the patriarchal system, which was different from what was existing in the African continent. It is the monotheist religion that are the basis of it, and the colonial system and the system that was based on patriarchal system. And there are some changes that took place between men and women and the redistribution of power relations. What happened? There has been another major change thanks to colonization through the introduction of currency, extensive agriculture that will require technology, and the school that was in favor of boys and left women in the lurch, whereby the women were left in the traditional place. And where men progressed, women did not enjoy that. So what was the consequence? We had enormous consequences. We have enormous disparities. There's also the fact that the collective memory in general was excluding women. Meanwhile, back in history, I explained earlier on that women, what role women have played in the past. But more especially, women have played a front-runner role in the various traditional kingdoms, the Wolof, the Ashanti kingdom, even Nigerian kingdoms. Women were in power and in the transmission of power as well. Better still, women played a very important role in the resistance towards colonial rule against forces that wanted to take. You have what's happened in the Senegal. You have the queens, the Jallo queens, and the we also have all these feminine figures. In the course of history, you can see later on women were disappearing from its historical sources. We must give back to the African woman its rightful place in history so that the collective memory should take on board that dimension. That's the first step. I can recall when President Champas was here, women and General Sheikh, we asked him to create the gender center for us. And that plays a very important role. We should not just stop at having the gender center. We need huge funds to build that Africa that we are missing as time goes on. And we need to reconstruct the historical source and give women their rightful place. This is important. How do you want us in building peace that we require, that important female figures are not appearing? There are the mother of Sunjata Kanda, for instance, and all these women who played a so important role, even his sister, all these women who are icons. We need to build the history of our region with those women. In all our societies, we can find them. Let me also say something that is quite fundamental. I am inherited what we have, the generation of Presidents African with Senghor, Alioune Diop, Cheikh Anta Diop, and all these intellectuals. Pedestrian is playing a very important role in all of this. We need to rebuild this strong intellectual movement that have brought Africa into the forefront. We have 50 years of Frantz Fanon. I was reading some of his stories that are extraordinary. We need to build that bridge with the diaspora. In all this period, we didn't have Francophone Africa, Anglophone Africa. People built an intellectual movement even among Portuguese-speaking countries. In England, the first conference of intellectuals was organized by Kwame Nkrumah. And let me close by saying this. And then we had these conferences. There was no division. We need to come back to that unity so that we have that strong intellectual movement to change our countries. In these strong ones, the figure of the women is not seen at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I know if we leave you, you can go on till tomorrow morning about this topic, which today is very close to your heart. It's close to mine too. So now, Simon, let me move into what might be considered to be difficult waters. But hey, this is a forum where we are free to express ideas and ask difficult questions. We might not have the answers, but we should ask them anyway. Now, in your earlier presentation, you described how way back then, the African leaders who fought for independence in many of our countries were young people, young men and women. And now here we are in 2025. We seem to be in a situation where our leaders keep getting older and older and older. And age is not a bad thing. We need wisdom, we need experience. That's not the problem. The problem is when, one, the age of their age is not a problem, but the age of their ideas starts to affect the people they are leading. And secondly, the fact that they then cling to power with everything they have. So for example, a 92-year-old leader is clinging to office, and today someone, some cheeky young person ran a list of the number of presidents. I mean, Nigeria is not perfect, but at least every 4 to 8 years, we have someone new. So some mischievous person ran a list of the presidents we've had in Nigeria way back then, every 4 years, every 8 years, and then there's been this one president in this one country for the past 50-something years. So talking about things that are not fit for purpose and unsustainable, is this a sustainable methodology for leadership in our region or on the continent? Are we going to continue to see our leaders getting older and older? What is it that's making it difficult for leadership to have a new face on our continent or in our sub-region? Don't worry, you will be able to move out of Nigeria freely and get into Sierra Leone freely.
All right, thank you. I think those who know me, this is a very big bait, but I try not to take that. I think the issue you've raised is important. I'll come to that question. The first thing I also want to say before the question is that from my work, when we say youth, most of the time, what it means is that young men minus young women.
Yes.
Yeah. In Creole, I learned in Creole when I lived in Sierra Leone that when they say youth man, then we are not talking about young girls. We are always talking about young men, for example. So there is always for women, and I'm piggybacking on you, there's always a double bind for women in the African youth context, that as a young girl or young woman, she loses out because she's a woman, and then also because she's youth, okay? But the question about our aging leaders is something that needs to be said. I don't know if I have the capacity to criticize, but I think it's important that we do talk about them. The important part of this question is that there is history. Whatever we are doing now has a future, has an impact on the next 50 years. So these 50 years that we have clocked, we have created knowledge, we are sharing knowledge. Are we prepared to share knowledge? And how are we going to share knowledge? The history is telling us certain things. Yeah, when you listen to Fela's songs, you will be hearing people's names from in the independence days of Nigeria until now, and those people are still governors or have very strong ties to presidency or governors from Fela's time. Listen to any of Fela's songs, you'll get it. So is history, are we recording history to learn so that we can share knowledge? That is the question to the House. Are we learning? The next ECOWAS, the ECOWAS of the next 50 years has blueprints offered to her. Is she willing to take those warnings, even with the ES situation? It's a warning to us that consistently, when A does it, you caution him, but when B does it, you do not caution them. And then people begin to feel that some people are protected under these organs, for example. So we have the blueprints. Do we want to learn? Are we able to use those blueprints to absorb the shocks that these next 50 years will be coming? The ball is in our courts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon. I asked the question because of some controversial conversations that people started to have around the kind of legitimacy the leaders of the AES states had and the attraction they had for young people in their countries who felt, well, this is one way in which we can, claim space, claim, leadership and, positioning moving forward. And we need to do all we can to ensure that that does not become the norm. That does not become the reason for us to now start jettisoning our democratic values and practices, no matter how problematic they might be. So to you, Ruth, I want to give you an opportunity to finish, sharing the thoughts that you had, and I'm interested in hearing from you because you posed the question to ECOWAS and other related institutions around how they can address the issue of resources. If resources that need to be invested in certain areas like health, education, and so on are being withdrawn or suspended, how can those resources be replaced? Where would those resources come from? I would like you to share your thoughts with us. Where do you think those resources should come from?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think maybe I should start with that question because it kind of ties into some of the stuff I was going to share. I think that generally speaking, part of Pan-Africanism is, to start looking inwards and shying away more and more from looking outwards for stuff like funding. And I think post-colonialism and the post-colonial state development in Africa generally, or in the global South generally, has been heavily reliant on what was coming in from outside and less reliant on what was happening inside. And I think some of the practical solutions in terms of now looking inwards is probably, as a region or as Africans, we maybe need to renegotiate our relationship with taxation. West Africa in particular, in tax justice spaces, West Africa in particular is notorious for tax injustice. We might have the laws and the frameworks, but we necessarily do not really feel incited to implement them. Why? Because we are not tax economies. We are resource-based economies based on the oil and gold and diamonds and, every other thing, logging and timber that we are, thankfully rich in. But what the consequence of that has been, being less reliant on taxation and tax economies. And so what happens is multilateral corporations see West African countries and West African states as a place for tax breaks and a place, and even not even foreign multilaterals, even the ones on the continent, the ones from here, don't necessarily see the need of giving back to the community. So that's one, renegotiating our relationship with taxation. And we don't have to do it the Western way, right? Pre-colonialism and pre-colonial African history will tell you that there were elaborate measures of taxation indigenous to this region. And so perhaps it's time to bring that back. And we need to do some research in this and see what we can take from the past and what we can take from the future and come up with a taxation system that works for us in a way that is effective, right? The only other thing I will say would be illicit financial flows. Losses and monies lost as a result of debt, injustice, monies lost, taxation I already spoke about, corruption, asset expatriation in large sums outside of the continent. And I think the estimate, if I'm not mistaken, annual loss of illicit financial flows from the continent is 80 billion USD every year. And that's an estimate, I think 79 billion, but now maybe 80 billion. And I think maybe just would invite, because there's a report done by what we call the Thabo Mbeki report that was done in 2015 that really goes into details of how to combat IFFs and corruption on the continent. And I think if we had 80 billion being injected in Africa every year, what could we do with that? What could we possibly do with that money? I'll just leave that. In terms of funding, it would be definitely finding alternative measures of funding, and just suggestions would be maybe renegotiating our relationship with taxation in West Africa, as well as really doing something and prioritizing our responses to illicit financial flows and debt, public debt and corruption. Just other things I was just gonna quickly say would be well, I'll just go one by one. One would be on the subject of reparations. I think that, the AU conceptual document on the theme of the year, and which again would be pushed forward to the decade of the year, specifically mentions the RECs, regional economic communities such as ECOWAS, and the role that they have to play in prioritizing reparations and reparative justice for their people. And I think more than any other region, and I don't want to, say why it's not Oppression Olympics, and I don't want to say one region suffered more than the others, but I think more than any other region, West Africa should be at the fore of this conversation. ECOWAS should be at the fore of this conversation, especially when we start to quantify the amount of resources, human capital that was lost from this region in particular, when we talk about historical injustices. So a prioritization or prioritization of reparative justice, restitution of cultural heritage, and actually framing reparative justice as a rights issue, a right for the youth, for the future of this continent to access their history and use that access to dream about their future, I think is something that will be very important and very key for the future. I wouldn't discuss too much about debt because I think I already talked about it a little bit. One other thing I will say, and I think probably this is the last thing I will say, would be bargaining power. And I think if we have this right, it could potentially be a response to some of the questions that I raised earlier when we talk about the extractive industries, when we talk about funding, when we talk about trade, when we talk about exploitation in international trade and global politics. And because of the trend that's coming from the global north with nationalism, with anti-immigration and et cetera, you know, anti-aid and funding to the global south, et cetera, I think it is very, very important to recognize that a major cause of why we always, as a global south, as African, as West Africa, get the shorter end of the stick is because we have no bargaining power. And bargaining power can be gotten from diplomatic blocks and trade blocks. And I know we have ECOWAS, and I would hope and I would wish for ECOWAS moving forward for the next 50 years to really think about how it can organize itself as a trading bloc and as a diplomatic bloc. Just for instance, if we talk about just exports, just one example, shea butter, right? Which when people think about the companies that really make money off of selling shea butter as a skin product, they are not based on the continent. They are foreign European companies. And where is shea butter made? Here. Nigeria used to be the world largest exporter of shea butter for many years. And then the Nigerian government, I think as of 2 years ago, banned commercial exports of shea butter. And then the leading exporter of shea butter now, who took Nigeria's place, is Ghana. Now, the foreign companies that have been exploiting from this gap and this lack of negotiation power that we have as Nigeria, because the reason why the federal government did that was so we can develop the Nigerian economy with shea butter sale. Now, they just simply moved to Ghana. And so this is the same thing even with cocoa, right? Ghana stopped exporting commercially cocoa. But then you look at the airports in Africa, airports in West Africa, they still don't stock Ghanaian-made chocolates. You'll still find the Swiss stuff and the Belgian stuff. So yeah, coming together, and when one of us stands against something and when one of us stands for something, the rest should come together and stand behind them. And I think that would go a long way in giving us as a bloc, as ECOWAS, or as West Africa, negotiating power that would allow us to go globally and resolve stuff like, you know, aid and funding. Thanks.
We have very little time, but 1 minute. Yeah.
Quickly on the question of our relationship with tax, I think it starts with our governments. I have a strong feeling that our laws and tax regimes are designed as punishment. Like you are criminalized before you start earning money. When you start a new business, you are assessed and you are missed. In some countries, you have to pay in advance. And when you don't reach the assessment, or you don't reach the assessment, you don't get a refund. So what's the motivation for me to pay tax, for example? So I think it's not just a question of who is benefiting or how are we losing money in terms of taxes to finance these projects, but also how our tax laws designed to encourage people to want to pay. I think that's very important in our thinking, especially for the young people, because our refusal to pay tax is it's in itself an act of revolution. You understand? An act of defiance. So if we don't design the taxes, when I went to Europe the first time and I set up a business, I got so much support. I was confused. The bank that I opened my business with gave me 6 months no charges. Then they had a package of graphic artists, website designers, whatnot, accountants that can help me set up. Where do you get this in anywhere in Africa? No. So for 6 months, I had all of these resources that I could go to, and as a young person, build up a business and help other people. And so the way we design our laws and our tax system should take into consideration how do we work it so that people begin to develop a relationship that I want to pay tax because it comes back to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that with us, Simon. So on this note, we are almost done, but we don't want it to seem as if we've just been talking at you and we've not given you an opportunity to respond. So can we take a number of questions, observations, and I've negotiated successfully with the coordinator that we will take 3, and he's going to choose which 3. Because I want to be able to smile at you guilt-free during the lunch break.
You know, you were talking about youth who are over 30 something. Any youth less than 30? Okay. So 1, 2, 3.
But you also need to then call an Imze.
So number 1.
Thank you very much.
1 minute.
Thank you to the panelists for such a very enriching conversation. Sometimes it's good to have these rocking the boats conversations to awaken us in Africa. I think for me, one of the things when I look at, where ECOWAS would be in the next 50 years, I think one of the things that comes to my mind is that, first of all, see ECOWAS as a pyramid. So we have all of these states, and the states itself individually make up that tiny architecture that contributes to the bigger. And I think I agree that one of our fundamental challenges is leadership. So when I look at that architecture, I'm looking at a system, an architecture whose systems and processes are strong and expansive enough to carry every member of the ECOWAS region along. And that phenomena should come from an understanding that no one is safe until everyone is safe. No one is successful intellectually, spiritually, economically in the sub-region until everyone is so. And how do we do that? I think, again, when it comes to the youth question, the region, ECOWAS, we should begin to think about reimagining our educational system. I think that is fundamental. What kind of an educational system that is not just intellectual, but go back to basic, that takes us also to the cultural aspect. How do we raise an ECOWAS of the people, a people who can carry the African value? What is that value?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Let's get the youth.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel. Madam Moderator, when you mentioned a country where a 92-year-old was re-elected, I am from that country, and I hope I'll have freedom of speech after this. I'll have freedom after speech. So we are here today having this conversation on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of ECOWAS. And it's very important that the conversation is happening because elsewhere, like in the moribund regional grouping from which my country comes from, these kind of conversations don't even happen. And because we are in a world that is in constant flux, we don't need to wait for anniversaries to have these conversations. They need to be continuous. And I think it's the work of the Commission to make sure that they're incentivizing that these conversations happen. And when I envision an ECOWAS of the people and ECOWAS in the next few years, I'm looking at that and thinking after Benin, we will probably have Cameroon there someday. Thank you.
Can you use another one? That one doesn't appear to be working well.
Okay, thank you. I think that the issue is not the age of leaders, but the quality of leadership and how leadership is articulated to management and governance. How do you translate your vision into reality and deliver for the people? We have democracy crisis. I haven't heard about that. We have to restate the narrative of Africa. Ed is not the one developing Africa. I was part of the Secretary General report on domestic resources. And domestic resources are the one that is developing currently Africa. But we don't have the credibility of using our resources. We have so far sovereign fund, 1.4 trillion African sovereign fund invested abroad. If you don't trust your own country, how do you want others to invest in your own country? It doesn't work like that. Last point, I haven't heard as well here the major disruption that the world is going through. Artificial intelligence, I haven't heard about climate, I haven't heard about positioning of populism and other countries that is putting in jeopardy democracy. If democracy doesn't deliver for our countries, I'm afraid that we'll speak up to tomorrow, we'll not find the right way because we'll not implement for our people and they will get fed up from our lead.
Thank you. I can assure you that by tomorrow you will hear about AI. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just joking. All right. So, any other person who must say something? Okay. One. I heard a woman's voice. Two. Okay. No.
Professor, I will no longer be held responsible.
No problem.
For
just one minute.
Running the session.
One minute for them. One here, one there. Quickly, 1 minute.
Leadership from the perspective of peer-to-peer learning. You mentioned about the fact that given your experience, the fact that you have found yourself in corridors that enabled you to engage. But what I see as far as the youth movement is concerned is that it builds up in terms of activism, but the what next is missing. And that what next requires some level of replicated quality of leadership, the agency of leadership that enables the youth movement to go to answer the question of the what next, which requires some level of constructive activism. Sometimes you'll find that the young people are given opportunity to speak, to be able to present their agenda, but it fades away because they don't really know how to negotiate and they also don't know how to dialogue to be able to build their agency in such a way that they are able to achieve some of the needs and interests that the youth are actually clamoring for. So I think that the next 50 years should be looking more on how do we build that capacity of negotiation, constructive activism, and then build a critical mass of leadership, because that is very helpful.
Thank you.
To be able to balance what regional economic communities like ECOWAS is doing already in terms of instruments, in terms of providing the spaces to enable youth to be able to actualize their objectives.
That is a very beautiful place to stop to present the youth agenda.
Okay, so talking about the youth, sir, so I think I'm representing the youth, sir. So as a Gen Z, Can I go now? Okay, so I felt some of the youths do not even know what the ECOWAS is all about. And speaking about the advocacy of ECOWAS, is there a way of like, you know, balancing this thing? So I think for me, because of what I do, I have some knowledge about the ECOWAS and other things, but like talking about ECOWAS to some of the youth, they don't even know what it's about. So I think, how can we balance this even before thinking of, you know, thinking about the, sorry. So yeah, how can we just balance this equation, like bringing more knowledge to the youth about ECOWAS and like, you know, enlightening them about what they need to know? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to give our panelists a minute each to respond to the questions and observations from the audience. So I'm going to start with whoever is prepared to go first.
First.
Okay, Sam.
Yes. So I think first, the concern about the next step. I think one of the biggest constraints to the next step, what next, is the issue of how's it when they are co-opted, they are co-opted into the system. I don't know how to solve that, but if you look around us, the people we've always had hopes in to see that they are the next good people, they fizzle out, because when you look at the history that they write for themselves and the constituents from which they are from, they get co-opted into what we know as bad governance. So as somebody mentioned, the environment around us is very much important as to what defines the next step. And that has led to the fizzling out of what happened in Kenya. It will happen in other places. It happened with the Arab Springs. So the Arab Spring. So I think that is where people like us, all of us, need to begin to think seriously. And I think that's where the work some of us are doing around the issue of being youth is important, so that we can find the philosophical, not just the development, but the philosophical issues that we need to bring to the table to push this agenda forward. Thank you.
Oui, je crois qu'un des problèmes.
I think that one of the issues we face in Africa is effectiveness and efficiency. And we need to know how to go about things. Today, we are talking about making the organization vibrant and to provide new guidance, and also to position this organization in line with its very existence as of today. And the challenges ahead of us, it is only at that point that we will be able to address the major challenges we face in today's world. I think today we cannot decide or talk about climate change or AI such that the organization can exist. It is only based on the existence of the organization and its capacity that this organization could reflect. I think in the future reflection, we will have some reflection on AI or maybe on climate change, but we need to ensure that our organizations can be sustainable over time.
Thank you very much. Just very quickly, on youth, I do agree, as a Gen Z myself, I do agree that there is need for grassroots engagement with youth. But I think my generation, we're doing very well for ourselves still. With social media, people are learning still. And they are able to organize with the Gen Z protests in Kenya, the NSAS protests here, and even other uprisings in other parts of the world like Nepal, etc. So I do think, yes, there is need to invest in grassroots engagement with the youth, the young people of the continent and the young people of the region. And closely related to that is something I was going to share, but I didn't have time, would be children. More than we talk about, we talk about youth a lot, but I think children are oftentimes left out of the conversation. Ongoing injustices against children, child trafficking, child soldiers, child marriages, labor trafficking of children, etc. So I think this is also something that we probably should prioritize. We must prioritize as ECOWAS for the next couple of years. And the last thing I will just very quickly say is that in terms of the conversation on age and quality, it's not about age, it's about quality. I think just very quickly, maybe a little joke that human beings, we're not cheese. We don't get finer over time. Some do, but I do think that biologically speaking, physically and cognitive decline. So, you know, we can have that conversation, but just to say that we need younger leaders with more energy. Yeah, thanks.
You know, when I'm with the young people around me, my sons, daughters, you know, other people who look up to me as a parent, when it suits me, I'm just like, I'm young like them. And then every now and then I say, oh, but no, I'm an old woman. And they look and say, oh, really? Now you want to be old? Those who tell you age ain't nothing but a number, they want to sell you a product. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this session was asked to look at West Africa over the next 50 years, a projection of key trends. It wasn't meant to cover every single issue and topic that is of concern to us as African people, as West African citizens. What we seem to have agreed on from the sessions this morning and from the conversations on the panel is we would like to see a West Africa over the next 50 years where its citizens are secure, are prosperous, are competitive, are well connected, and those on the margins are no longer on the margins. Women, youth, children, people living with disabilities, and all those who are often excluded by accident or design. We would like to see West African states, in particular, over the next 50 years, have leadership that is credible, that listens to the aspirations of their people, and continue to uphold the social contract they are supposed to have with their citizens. We would like to see states where leaders understand the importance of political will so that all the normative frameworks, all the policies that are in place can be fully implemented and felt in the lives of ordinary citizens. We would like to see over the next 50 years West African states, and hopefully the rest of the continent, that are treated with respect, who have bargaining power, and are able to secure rights and agency for their people. And we would specifically like to see an ECOWAS that is still in existence, a complete house with many, many rooms in its mansions, all the rooms being used and functional, and all its children being present when it matters. So, for example, all the 50 member states of ECOWAS being present in this house, as opposed to us having, children scattered all over the place. We would like to see an ECOWAS that is still relevant, an ECOWAS that is better resourced, and that is connected to all the social movements that make it possible for its lofty ideals, its policies, and all the intentions that it has to make this relevant to ordinary people, particularly women and young people. And we would also like to see a sub-region whose history is considered to be important, sacred and sacrosanct, and where knowledge continues to be created by our people, for our people, with our people, and for that knowledge not only be created, but shared, and if necessary, to be shared. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, I'd like to thank my panelists once again, and thank you for your contributions. And now we can bring the session to a close.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. While I ask the panelists to come forward for photograph, And please just listen to this announcement for the remaining part of the program. We still have one section after lunch. Lunch will start from now till 3:30. That's just about 1 hour, from now to 3:30. There are 4 points of service. So if you go, for those who are close by here, you can just go downstairs. There is a point of service. There is another point of service by the edge this way. So the leftists go this way, the rightists go that way. And then there is also another point of service at the edge there, where that young man is with white clothes. There is a point of service there. And then the panelists in the morning, there's another point of service just down by the road here, So please, it's time for lunch now. You can go for lunch. And please come back by 3:30 so that we can stop at 4:30 because we have a welcome dinner in the evening. Bon appetit.
is going to last for an hour, and this will enable us to be able to deepen the structuring framework of successful integration. Professor Ikpe, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. We know going to lunch and returning is not always the easiest thing, but I am sure we're going to have a really fascinating conversation. So thank you for spending this afternoon with us. And of course, thank you so much for being with us through the day. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow as well. So in this session, we are going to be talking about reimagining West African integration, right? So we've heard about the trends from the previous session. Attention was on the sorts of trends over the next 50 years. So drawing a map for us about the things we should perhaps turn our attention to, the things we should be focusing on as we think about the future of ECOWAS at this important juncture where we are celebrating its 50th anniversary. So what we are going to focus on from that platform is to take the conversation forward to reimagining, right? What might this new structure actually look like? Professor Tadesse had argued before that we need to ask whether regional organizations or frameworks are fit for purpose, right? So reframe the question in that way. And so I guess the idea for this session is to try and tease out what that purpose might be from a range of perspectives. We need to be able to reimagine so that we can rebuild and reconstruct. So it's really critical for us to go through with this exercise. Now, as part of the conversation this afternoon, we want to pay attention to a few key themes. The first theme, and I think is really critical, is to reflect on which principles should guide us in this exercise of reimagining, an ECOWAS of the future. From this moment, if we think from the future, what sorts of principles should guide us in this activity? A second point is to rethink, and I think we heard quite a bit of that through the debate and the conversations earlier. What is the logic of integration that should guide us in this endeavor? So how might we need to reconceptualize what successful regional integration looks like, sounds like, feels like from the perspective of a broad base of West Africans? And that brings us very neatly to the third point we want to touch on today. And that is, what do we actually know of the West African citizens' logic of integration? How do West African citizens think of integration? Again, earlier today, we saw some dissonance between how West Africans are moving across their region, despite challenges in doing so, and also in some cases actually ignoring the infrastructure that is supposed to be guiding them in doing so. Because as citizens of the region, we have always moved. We had some historical reflections around that. We've always moved in the region. And so defining this on a narrow basis might be a challenge. So let's think about how a broader base of West Africans are reflecting on this and how that needs to be aligned to a future integration agenda. And the final but very pertinent point that we want to touch on is which priorities should shape a new approach. I really appreciated Professor Tadesse's reflection that in some regard, we need to come away from an Uber Eats approach to this. We can't have a long wish list, at least that was his suggestion. Or we can have a long wish list, but how do we prioritize, right, to be able to move forward with something that is achievable? So how the afternoon will be structured is that we will hear from Dr. Faisal Garba Mohammed, and he'll give us a talk of about 7 minutes or so. And then we'll move into a discussion where we get some responses from Ms. Fatou Senghore Jane and from Dr. Fatima Akilu as well, from their own perspectives and vantage points in response to the talk we hear from Dr. Mohammed. After an initial conversation here on the panel, I will come back to you to hear from you on this really pertinent issue. So please note down your points, note down your questions, and I promise we will be back to also engage with that. So without further ado, please, Faisal, if you could take it away.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, moderator. Greetings, everyone, once again. Just to say that I have taken off my debater hat, so I am not bound by the positions I took earlier. Okay, so essentially what I'm trying to do is to broadly look at the social structure of the region and highlight some key issues around power and its distribution and what the opposite would look like, building from communities upwards. So today's West Africa is confronted with key existential challenges like food, water, energy, and unemployment. A new regionalism of the people will have to grapple with how to enhance the capabilities of the citizens of the region in dealing with these and other challenges. If we take the question of energy that confronts the sub-region, how do we scale up the West African gas pipeline side by side with renewables in a way that is people-centered? What does such a conversation mean for communities that are routinely left out and whose lands are taken in mega projects? This brings center stage the logic of the surplus population that structures state and regional initiatives in the region. For whenever things like the West Africa gas pipelines are planned, the communities that are on the front lines of such initiatives are treated as the collateral of development. Aside the traditional actors, for example, who drive many of these initiatives, like the US, the EU, and lately China, but of course, new entrants like Turkey, the Gulf states, and Israel, internal competition within ECOWAS has been deepened by the hand of these multilateral actors that deepen the reality of enclave economies in the region. So if the degree of enclavism in the structure of West African economies that combine local, regional, and global capitalist interests, if there is a degree of enclavism in the structure of West African economies that combine local, regional, and global capitalist interests, then there's an aspect of enclavism that breaks up territories, and especially those territories that sit at the frontier of our broad political economy in the sub-region. So let me illustrate this. If you have a gas pipeline, that also means people are likely to be cleared of their land. In the process, the commons that people originally had access to get closed off. Accordingly, there's a need for principles that assess the common management of the commons. The reassertion of the commons not just as a basis for viable and sustainable economic activity and development, but as the basis of political self-management, as the basis on which different communities with different resources can network on the basis of their complementarity. So the commons therefore cut across different aspects outside of the economy. The commons also extend, of course, to public goods like water, land, and the notion of common ownership, which therefore encompasses working classes and the urban poor. But the commons also allude to notions of coordination at the most central level and the diffusion to local levels, but also struggles over localized common can generate systemic regional effects. For example, let's cite the recent example of what happened in Madagascar. So students were railing against water shortage and erratic electricity supply, teamed up with workers who were raising questions about the structure of the polity. Their target initially, of course, was water and electricity companies, but before long, they came to realize that the water and electricity companies that they thought were public in nature, in actuality, they were actually partially privatized. So in name, they were common, but in actuality, they were private because you have markets that cartels have created whereby the commons become sites of accumulation. This carving out of sectors of the public utilities for
Madam Chair, can the gentleman slow down the reading of the text? The interpreters do not have the text. Madam Chair, can the gentleman slow down so that we are able to interpret it? Thank you, ma'am.
Become more and more commercialized with very little investment and no new technology. The only way to generate return, therefore, is by squeezing workers and the public who get higher tariffs over time. So the notion of the commons, of course, does not automatically solve the entrenched issue of the ethic of management and performance in the public sector and the view of the public sector as a site of accumulation. But how then do we build?
Madam Chair, the interpreters would want the gentleman to slow down his reading so that we are able to interpret. Thank you very much, ma'am.
If we go back to the issue of access to basic necessities, it could mean central infrastructure to support local provisioning, whether it be through cross-subsidy or lending out engineering capacity for things like selected borehole harvesting. If the idea of the commons is both agency building, then it is also democratizing in a deeper and more fundamental way, away from the liberal democracy that many youth on the continent are railing against. The idea of the common is institution building in the sense that collective institutions of decision-making are built in a way that different nodes of political authority emerge. The commons cannot simply address the local and the existing. It has to provide the alternative forms of innovation in the same way that clusters and internal privatization are innovations for capital that facilitate financial extraction and deepen inequality. The other value of the commons is redistributive. As we know, outside of the Gulf, Africa is the most unequal region in the world, and West Africa is particularly unequal. Now, this inequality is built on clusters of differential access to rights. So therefore, equalizing an equal playing field become important, but at the same time, it also means elevating the social relations of communities. Communities which have differential rights, as I said earlier on, but twinning that with transformation in a very fundamental sense. Communities across the region, even the most rural ones, are differentiated along gender, ethnic, and other cleavages of social differentiation. So for example, affirmative action targeted at women, minorities, ethno-national religious minorities becomes very crucial. This is because the region is saddled with a colonial legacy where land relations and natural resources are constructed, and land relations and social relations of production are constructed along entrenched hierarchies of differential rights. Community ownership should mean everyone in the community, residents' commitment and become the criteria for access. It cannot be about ancestry when someone came to settle a place, indigeneity, settler, citizen, and foreigner. Now, the foregoing require very conscious mobilization of human, financial, and intellectual resources. And I think if we take public financing as a key anchor, this means having innovations that take seriously what do we do with things like pension funds. Because as we speak, pension funds are already being used by purpose for private capital accumulation. Another template is the use of common assets where land is pooled for village level and town level enterprises across borders, not in a fragmented sectional way, but on an inclusive basis. This takes seriously the material dimension of what the philosopher Kwesi Wiredu calls deliberative democracy. This calls for moving away from catch-up development to human flourishing as the main knob of development and social transformation. The question of leadership is central to this, especially the allocation of resources at the local level. Neoliberalism has corrupted the leeway in traditional social organization, so no small number of chiefs across the sub-region are involved in very destructive mining, which fuses together equity funds and the new vehicles through which capitalism is expanding its frontiers in the region. So because of the need for natural resource transfer, chiefs have become active in the creation of shares and private equities and all kinds of bonds using ordinarily common land, but in this case, purposing it for their own economic advancement. It is therefore impossible to think of meaningful democracy of citizens that leads to integration when some are subjects with differential rights on a sliding scale of claims. A thoroughgoing social equalization and social equality is therefore necessary. It does not mean that one does not own land because you are from country A or country B. No, it is that you only have access to resources on the basis of residency and historical association, not some ethnic affiliation that excludes others. In this project, national ownership, which is discredited by neoliberalism, has to be viewed as legitimate and necessary. In the context of great inequality, we need public coordinating institutions that can be reduced to market competition and what the market wants. On the basis of this, both regionalism and engagement with multilateral actors has to be anchored on redistribution. The normal functioning of open regionalism, and I hope we'll come to talk about that during the discussion, produces inequality by the very constitution of its making. It is unequal in the way it's functioning, both in its political economy and its political ecology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Faisal. Really fascinating submission there. I'd give a very brief overview as I come to the panelists to respond. But hearing from Faisal there about how reimagining, and thank you, that this was an actual proper reimagination of how regionalization could be reconstructed to think through the coming period. And we heard there the centrality of power and distribution, right? That has to be placed at the heart of the conversation. And in doing so, a big focus on a commons approach to this. So really breaking with what dominant approaches have been. And we heard some reference to that sort of coming away from the idea that development is a competition and that we have to constantly be in a race to catch up with others around the world, but to really think about interior African worlds, to think about African spaces as the center, to recalibrate the needs of Africans as the starting point, not an external means of measure. And as part of that, such an exercise would mean we don't think about economics in isolation. We think about economic factors alongside social factors, alongside political factors, recognizing that they impinge and impact on one another in very extensive ways. Another point was made in this exercise, how we rethink education and knowledge exchange as well becomes really, really critical in a way that is innovative. It's not purely in the classroom, how we think about the place of leadership, about negotiation, and also about technology exchange in a way that is more equitable. And then that leads us to another really critical point, and I dare say a big factor in some of the challenges with regionalization as it has been constructed to date, and that is a redistributive aspect, not as an add-on, but as a central organizing principle. This conversation must think about disaggregated groups, and Faisal mentioned a good number of those, and think about how we prioritize those groups to ensure we come to a place where we are giving them access to similar levels of rights, or actually that should be the claim they have in these situations. We heard also about finance. How do we navigate with, I guess, forms of international finance subordination? We know that a lot of the holders of finance exist from outside the continent, but how can we seek to deploy those tools to resource this sort of commons-based approach? And finally, a conversation about deliberative development and how we have to think about development as being very human-centered, really challenging us to shift the debate or see this as an opportunity to shift the debate. Now, some of the questions that we are poised to contemplate here are around. We've heard here from Faisal about some key organizing principles. What key organizing principles will determine a successful regional integration? And there's some proposals here from Faisal. I wondered if I could come first of all to Fatou, to see, to your mind, from what Faisal has said, and, of course, from your own extensive knowledge, are there some principles that Faisal has mentioned that resonate with you as being important as we think about ECOWAS going forward? Or are there additional principles that you think we need to be thinking about in this next phase?
Thank you very much, moderator. I would like also to thank the organizers for really conveying this timely dialogue. Looking at what has been said here, and also I think our lived experience over the past few years with I'll call it the decline of ECOWAS. Sometimes I ask myself, are we witnessing the end of the golden era of ECOWAS, looking at what happened in the Gambia, Guinea-Bissau. I think those are the last really impactful intervention. But when I looked at those also, I think we are still in unfinished business. Unfinished business in the sense that there's a disconnect between the macro intervention and what citizens are feeling. When you look at data research, people are telling us, yes, ECOWAS is still that macro catering for the leaders. Like the case in point, the Gambia, ECOWAS did a wonderful, but dropped the ball somehow. Of course, intervention is there, support to maintain peace and security, but are we listening to the voices? I'll leave that for another conversation. But I think when you see what is happening in the Gambia, I think we realize that we do the heavy lifting, but we don't complete the job. And we can see it in many other parts of the region. The other one, who's, you know, with whom are we going to do this transformation? You know, the seniors in the region, I think we are in an ECOWAS premise, so we don't name, but those, you know, we look up to, those we thought at some stage would really lead us, you know, to brighter future, consolidating democracy, ensuring that, you know, all those important framework built, you know, through citizens, you know, like public resources, efforts, you know, those leaders entrusted with, you know, our aspirations, the dreams, will really take us through this journey in a peaceful, and also we thought at some stage also that those leaders, they understand the stakes in the world. We all know what is happening in the world with the crisis in multilateralism, with transactional, you know, way of doing things, Africa really being kind of a target. We are really unsafe because we have more resources than ever. Most of these countries now are discovering oil and gas across the region. A lot of countries have discovered new minerals, but still citizens do not feel. And what resonates in his deliberation is the social contract. And it has been said many times, Dr. I think BC mentioned it a lot. I think for citizens, what they need to see, you know, concrete deliverable, making sure that when the hospitals are functioning, the schools, the public schools are functioning, you know, we have security. And I think these are the things that are key ingredients for us really to maintain the sustainable development. There's also another point that I want to maybe to raise. Of course, it has been said again by Professor Mbao and the previous speakers. When you look at ECOWAS, I think women's rights, participation, and even the issues around youth are afterthoughts. I think if we are reimagining, I cannot say better than them, but if we are reimagining, we need to bring those voices. The work of civil society across during dictatorship, what diaspora has done, Nigerian diaspora, who inspired us a lot, we the Gambians, and who mentored most of us, you know, during those difficult times, and the human rights movement in general. I think those are lost in the conversations. And I think we need to build ECOWAS with all the voices, not, you know, with only leaders. The last point, I know we are going to elaborate a lot on that, but about the legitimacy issues around image, perception do matter. And the way ECOWAS is portrayed, and we don't see responses, adequate responses to enlighten citizens, enlighten the world what ECOWAS is doing. We take it for granted, you know, the free movement. Obviously, when we say you can travel in all this, of course, beyond massaging our egos, I think it's an achievement for us. It's an important thing that we can say that, you know, over the years, the founding fathers and mothers have worked hard to enable us to move around and to consolidate the project of integration. But then what? Women are suffering in our borders. We don't have a clear, despite institutions that are there, we don't have clear policies, regional policies implemented on agriculture. And today, women are, you know, facing most of the challenge in terms of land redistribution, in terms of, and I think one point I want to emphasize, he mentioned it, the land grabbing. And I think it's a, time ticking bomb. We are not looking into it, but it's important also to look. The last point is about the digital. Somebody mentioned it. And the narrative, we have to take care of the narrative. We have to take care of how to govern. I think most of our countries are trying to regulate the flow of information. We are moving far with technology. And if you look at those tech giants, their turnover is more than our GDPs combined. So we cannot, and also they are back with their countries. So we cannot regulate them. What needs to happen is to have investments that will help us really to govern the sector in a way that will help citizens really to be protected, our data to be safe, because we also are selling companies selling data across the region without any regulation. And that is also a fundamental challenge going forward. So these issues around disinformation is not trivial. It's important for peace and security. It's important for development, because if we don't manage that, lastly, I think we're going to have serious problems, especially with the young people going forward. So we need also to look into. But overall, I think the issue is about social contract, issues around legitimacy, but also the leadership in terms of implementing the norms, the framework that has been set. In many quarters, we hear more and more, are we going to lower the standards because some left? I think this is a question that I feel is dangerous. How can we bring them together? How can we work for more implementation? I think that should be the answer, instead of saying, okay, maybe we should review and see if we can lower our standards. I think that could be also another challenge for human rights, for governance, and for the future of democracy. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Perhaps I can come to Dr. Fatima now and ask a little bit about this question of whose integration. And I think we heard a mention of that just now. Who are we building this transformation with, right? Who are the co-travelers here? So from you, given your extensive work on health, peace and security in the Sahel region, from that vantage point, how do you think the logic of integration from the perspective of West African citizens, those that you work with, how do you think that perspective could be aligned with an agenda for regional integration, a future focused agenda for regional integration?
Thank you so much for that question. I think let me just start by first looking at the regional bodies that we have on the continent. They all started with hope, imagination, the idea of integrating not just the region, but maybe also the continent. But we have to remember that in the case of ECOWAS, it's 50 years old. It's actually middle-aged. So middle age is a time that could be for rejuvenation or for more inward-looking stagnation. So we're at a crossroads where they have to choose which one it's going to be. They are all the things that we're talking about, it's happening at different levels. So on the ground, citizens are integrating in so many ways, and I'll give you examples. If you look at the young citizens of our continent, they're integrating through music, through art, through literature, through technology. They are creating and claiming an identity for themselves that is African. There's lots of things that are happening. For example, young African girls are rejecting simple things like perming their hair. They're proud to show their Africanness. So they are in many ways leading, but so when you look at it, Africa is a young, old continent. It's a young continent of people, an old continent of leaders. So where does that leave us? Now, a lot of the innovation in terms of who we are and where we should be are coming from the young, even in the narratives of values. We are still the older generation, the institutions, we're still wrapped up in so-called Western values. I mean, they've managed to corner values that are universal and telling us that they're Western, and we are copying it without thinking. But young people are now saying, what does it mean to be African? And who are we? And we're not listening to the extent that we should be listening. Integration happens in communities. It doesn't happen at the top. And when you go, there's different levels of communities. And I just want to take a minute to where they are left on their own to integrate. They're integrating through trade, through kinship. But what do? We put barriers because we're afraid. We put, our borders have become so securitized, literally. We talk about free movement, but what does it mean? Free movement of what? Is it, on the one hand, we encourage open borders. When we think about borders, we're thinking about land borders mostly. But look at the other borders that are, governments are pushing for them to become more and more open. Our air borders, now you can travel to Nigeria with visa on arrival. And also many countries in Africa, yet people cannot travel by land across the continent. So these are some of the poorest or the least resourced. So there's a massive imbalance in the way that we think about equity in the integration process. I think he talked about leadership. I just want to say one or two things about leadership. I think when you go to communities, you find, I think, what true leadership should be. That is where you find integrity, a sense of justice, sense of fairness, equity. A lot of times you don't find it at the top where they're thinking about political balancing and how resources should be distributed. And I think we can really learn from there, and we don't always have to take the traditional pathways to leadership and think that we can only learn from top-down leadership. Again, the issue of education. What exactly is education in today's world? I don't even know. It's ever changing, ever evolving. And is it this one track that we've been conditioned to follow? And is it still fit for purpose? And I think those are things that we have to interrogate and not look at, keep looking through the prism of top or bottom down. People who have traditional Western-centered education rise to the top. People who haven't had that are classified as uneducated. What exactly does education mean? Because they have skills, they have knowledge that we can learn from. So there's so many imbalances that perhaps are holding us back psychologically from truly integrating on the continent. And I'd like to finish by one example that I think you might find a bit odd in this discussion, but I'm just looking at the new industries that are growing across this continent. One of them is the wedding industry. This is a massive, massive billion naira or whatever dollar industry, and it has different levels of skill. But it's now been exported across the continent, across the region. People are coming to do Nigerian weddings. People are using Nigerian tailors, Nigerian headgears, gillies, and we're also copying from other continents. So I think we are blending and integrating our culture in ways that are happening from the bottom up. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for those very rich comments as well. I'll come to the floor shortly, but I wondered if I could pose really what I think will be a final question to panel members before we open for further conversation. And perhaps I'll begin with you since you started us off today. So we've heard a lot from the panel. You shared a lot yourself. And if we're to take what was said earlier about we will need to set some priorities as we think of that coming period. And as we think of reimagining, there are many, many things we could do. But if we think from where we are today, and we think of building a system that will endure. So we're sorry, but we talk about being sorry, a little bit sorry about where some things are with ECOWAS today, but it is still here, right? It is still here. What must we prioritize if we want to see a thriving regional framework that will be delivering on a lot of what we've said today? If I can begin with you and I come back to the rest.
Yeah, thank you very much. So perhaps I will begin with the youth question again, right? So we've gone through this phase of what many people call jobless growth, right, in the sub-region, and very short-term investments, the financialization of the economy, the hollowing out of the real economy. So I think really is about livelihood, the capacity for us to reproduce ourselves as human beings. And therefore, this means going back to some earlier attempts at creating forward and backward linkages. So let me give you one example. So there was this attempt to create a regional cement industry, which has linkage to not just raw material, but paper production, research and development around Simao or Simtogo. Now, that experiment was discarded with the emergence of open regionalism, right? Which is this idea of creating a market where multinationals will simply kind of find one joint place to act. So I think the first thing really is to take seriously the question of structural transformation, structurally transforming the structure of our economies and therefore the structure of our societies, right? So this question of the gender question is largely also the question of access to resources, right? The saddling of women with social reproduction is because you have very little to go around the cake. And so gender ideas get mobilized for these kinds of purposes. And finally, I think we have the template in terms of what is happening on the continent, in the region, but of course on the continent. So during COVID, myself and some colleagues looked at the sub-region in terms of what is happening to ordinary working class and poor households in the context where you have very little to no social welfare, no social protection. And then what we realized was that it was the activity of cross-border women that kept many households going around those times. And these people have cooperatives and other structures of pooling resources together that could actually be upskilled if there is democratic legitimacy that our states have. So I think the key thing is if we prioritize the question of social transformation, but not just as a technicist question, but as a question of genuine democratic participation, and then taking that up could be for me the priority for now, because at the moment, because of the lack of legitimacy, then this for want of a better word, this demagogues that we really see that are promising heaven in khaki. And I know this is a very unpopular kind of thing to say with people of my generation, that somehow military regimes are going to deliver on something. But it is appealing to the extent that you have this democratic deficit, right? But if you begin by taking seriously, what does it mean to be in a polity, to participate genuinely in a polity, not just during elections, but in terms of defining the priorities that shift livelihood, that for me could be the starting point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, very rich intervention there. And here, in terms of priority, we're hearing livelihoods based very much on structural transformation. But also, I think what I heard there is the place of local institutions that have evolved to address, quite precise needs in those spaces. How can we learn from below as well? So how can the institutions that serve wider regional integration actually learn from those institutions that have evolved in those spaces to serve, successfully deliver on meeting certain needs? So coming away from this idea of informal spaces and informal institutions, I think troubling that logic and idea. Thank you very much for that. If I can come to you, Ms. Fatou, please. Yeah. Oh, sorry. My question was around, we've heard all of this now from your, what are the key priorities? What if there's 1, 2 things that we say for this period going forward, we want in 50 years to see an ECOWAS that's delivering, or a regional framework, whatever it is. that is delivering on some of what you set out today? What do we need to, from the long list, say absolutely these are the things in this moment we must target?
I think one of the major or the sources of our problems is also managing a diversity. When we look at around, I think all the issues of, self-perpetuating, nepotism, some are linked to others, but I think there's a lot of importance of issues around ethnicity, religion. So how can we harness, celebrate, ensure that this diversity is not a hindrance, but something that could help us really to progress. And what I have in mind is to have really ECOWAS, as a driver, supporting countries, ensuring that, we build nation states that really are nation states that are anchored on, equal opportunity, non-discrimination. And at the heart, I think we talked about women. How can we really see, women as equal, ensuring that it's not an afterthought, a fashionable thing, paying lip service to the minorities, but ensuring that everybody has their place in the different countries, and that also at the regional level. Obviously, it's very challenging at this stage, but I believe this is something that could help us also to build a stronger institution at the national level, but also get more legitimacy at the regional level. For me, I think when I see around what is happening in all countries, maybe except few, and even some of the countries I thought do not have those issues, I realize they're quite present. Maybe they're a sophisticated way of dealing with them through excellence, through merit, but they're still hampering national cohesion and ultimately, sustainable development. So I will see that there are a few more, but of course we need to prioritize. So I think harnessing the diversity, being more inclusive, can help really ECOWAS countries to rise to the occasion.
Thank you very much for that really important intervention, especially we're talking at the regional level, harnessing the diversities across the sub-region, but also I think what you set out there, ECOWAS or whatever regional framework, perhaps being the space that pushes for that, almost educating at the level of the nation state that this is important beyond lip service, and how this also speaks to or resonates with how resources are managed, how we think some of these questions about livelihoods. In fact, what does that mean if we read diversities as a space of richness, as a space of abundance as well? Because ECOWAS is very well placed to be in a position to do that. Thank you so much for that. If I can come to you, Dr. Fatima, on the same question.
Okay, mine is very short. I'd just say that I'd like to see us have a lot more courage to be able to bridge the gaps between regional bodies and the people that they serve. I think the answers lie within that space in between.
Thank you very much for that courage. I think that's said rather beautifully. And I think if we look back to the establishment of ECOWAS, this is a term that would absolutely resonate. If we look to the spaces where, and we heard that several times today, where ECOWAS has been present, has been correct. We heard from an alumna from the Gambia, an alumna from Sierra Leone, speak about the significance of ECOWAS in particular moments. Think of the establishment of ECOWAS itself. It was a very, very bold move to suggest that we will organize ourselves as a single market to be able to negotiate our place in a very hierarchical global economy. So I think that's a beautiful space to end our own interaction on. If I can now turn to the audience to see if we have some questions. Thank you very much. I have one question, let's take the question and we'll see if others come up as well. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you very much. Thank you also to the panelists. I would like to congratulate you for the clarity of this topic. You spoke very boldly. I would like to talk about this, more about this. My concern about this topic, I want to be sure that the organization in which we are in right now can function better. I think we need to begin from this. We need to change from a secretariat to a commission. This means that we go from a cooperation organization to one which works more on integration. We need to be an organization which integrates people. And we can do this through amendments in the rules. We need to work on this and try to achieve this. In order to get to this stage, I believe that we need to give priority to principles which are enshrined in the charter and in the other texts. So it will no longer work only on principles. We need to be able to accommodate all member states. The text which guides the functioning of this organization should be principles. In this way, we'll be able to effectively become an organization which is well integrated. To become an ECOWAS of the people, we need to be able to strengthen the power of the parliament. But before this, we need to ensure that the parliament is a parliament of the community through this election system, so that the parliament is one which is effective and we're able to meet the concerns of the people. We need to strengthen this by taking into concern the concerns of the non-state actors. We need to implement the advice of the communities regarding ECOWAS. It was something that was begun, but it wasn't completed. So we need to take into account all this, especially the non-state actors regarding our integration process. We have non-state actors, we have economic actors, we have civil society actors. We need to work with these people. I also think that we need to evaluate programs as well as policies which have been adopted. We need to evaluate this once more. I didn't say internal audit. We need to evaluate them. This goes beyond auditing them. This would enable us to be able to improve what we have on ground. So we need to systemize all this. In my opinion, I believe that every 2 or 3 years, major projects and programs need to be evaluated. And every 5 or 10 years, we evaluate the policy. So I have other ideas regarding this, but I'll stop here for this moment. Thank you very much.
Intervention there. Are there any additional questions? If not, I'll turn to the panel I think that was actually quite a robust set of comments. I see one more. Maybe we take that one. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, 1, 2. We'll take that group. Yeah, please.
Thanks. I think it's an interesting session talking about the issues of priorities. One thing that seems that this meeting is trying to focus that we realize that when we have too many priorities, it's not helpful. And it's better to have a few so that you look into it. And having listened, I just realized that the additional areas which I want to make some comments is in the area of economic transformation and value chain development. And under this, there's a need to shift the focus from the trade facilitation to production integration. For example, like industrialization, I do recall in the 70s and 80s, even in Nigeria, where we have the leylands, we have the other things. So there's a need to focus on that. That's why countries like Malaysia, Singapore are far. We need to go more into productive integration like industrialization. Group. Then there is the issue of pharmaceutical now, digital services, and then the green manufacturing. That's one issue of cities as well. Lagos corridor line, there's a need. If you want all this industrialization process, there must be a regional infrastructure and connectivity. And we must prioritize that for a cross-border infrastructure and at the same time for integrated transport within the countries or member states. And finally, there must, just like Ambassador Mbaye said, having worked in ECOWAS 18 years, there's still need to work on the institutional reform and governance. There's a need to strengthen ECOWAS, especially its enforcement power. They tend to compare it with EU. EU takes a longer period. Despite the fact that we are a supranational organization, they don't have that policy. They don't have that instrument. They are like a toothless bulldog. At times, the member state, the strength of ECOWAS is what constitutes the member state. If the member states are not strong, ECOWAS cannot be strong. And if the member states break the rules and regulation, it means ECOWAS cannot function. So there's a need to deepen this collaboration as well. If it's parliament, the parliament we have right now is like, we all know it's been said, then the court is like a toothless. So there's a need to strengthen all the institutions as well. Then there's a need, the issue of AFTA as well, African Continental Free Trade. There needs to deepen the integration. Then people have mentioned about the human capital and inclusion. Education is different from what is being practiced in advanced countries. We lay emphasis on certificates here. When you all come from overseas, over there you have people with grade 4, 5, 6, and then they were able to practice it. So there's a need for digital skill and then innovation and promote the gender equality. And finally, integration itself cannot progress without peace. Whether we look at it, when you look at Vision 2050, that is the central theme there. You need to strengthen the ECOWAS early warning. Early warning is just there. There are occasions where the signals are there, but the commission does not have the power. I don't want to go into the epistemology. If the country tells you, not come here, I knew how it took us when we went to Gambia. It has to be strict there. And then the democratic governance mechanism need to be addressed. I think just a short, those are some of the things.
Thank you very much. I think Prof just said something about the integration of mechanism that accommodates all interest group. I've looked at the history of ECOWAS since its establishment in 1975, and I realized that at the time it was formed, we had less than 15 million people living with disabilities in the West African region, as against the growing 450 million as posited by a scholar. Today we have over 60 million. And so there's a need for us to now begin to look at how we can begin to mainstream the voices of people with disabilities into these debates, into this debate of integration. It's also going to help us to also check against, this, so-called crisis that has led to this balkanization and distrust among the African region. Because prior to this time when it was established, founding fathers had the trade liberalization, they had the need for unity of Africa, they had the issue of growth and what have you. But now we're looking at dreams, concrete self-aspirations and what have you than the collective interest. So if we're able to bring the voices of people with disability into the council, it will also help us to begin to build the world to know that we can't have Africa or West Africa with people that are known to have the largest. Today we have more than 20 million, 20% of the world population living with disability in West Africa because of conflict, because of poverty, because of disaster, because of increasing war and what have you. So we want to say that is a new voice that we must incorporate in the new documents. Thank you.
Again, really, really vital points. I think we had a rich set of comments there from the floor. So I'll return to the panelists now. We heard there are a lot of points there. So I'll invite you to perhaps take one or two that are burning for you to respond to, because I see that we are at 4:30 and we will be chased away from here very shortly. So if I can invite you to just take one or two that you would really like to respond to, that'll be great. Any takers to begin? Oh, I'll come to yeah.
I think it has been said again and again. It's to address the democratic crisis that we are in by ensuring that we strengthen governance. The leadership is in disarray. How do we rebuild new, committed, and resolve-driven leaders to accompany this new vision that we have? I think we need to promote new leadership in the region. I think also we need to look into investing in ensuring that citizen voices are stronger, so that everything will not fall going forward on the leaders' goodwill or lack of it. So really, we need to build citizen voices stronger than what we have currently. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. No comments there. Okay, thank you. I'll come to you, Faisal. That's okay.
Hello. Okay. Yeah. I think the point about people with disability is really important. And it seems to me if we're talking about fundamental social change, it's about prioritizing the most marginalized in society. So if we take seriously the question of people with disability, women who are often on the margins but carry the most social burden. So really, if we say the template would be governed by the priorities of those who are the most marginalized. And for me, that should just be the rallying cry. Thank you.
Thank you very much to my very distinguished panelists here for a very, very rich offering and a very rich exchange as well. I've learned a great deal. I also want to extend my thanks to excellencies, the distinguished guests in the audience here with us. Those very rich comments and exchanges, we've really appreciated those. I think we've generated quite a lot of material that should continue to help and support on this journey. Thank you very much to our hosts as well, who have carried us on through to today. And, you know, from me, it's just to thank you so much. It's really been a privilege to be here, to thank my panelists, really, really excellent contributions, to thank you and to hand over back to you as well. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup. Nous vous remercions chaleureusement.
chères modératrices et panélistes, de nous avoir gratifiés de cette panel très intéressant sur l'avenir de l'intégration économique régionale et du développement économique durable.
I'd like to urge you to clap for them anew. Now, I'd like to ask you to come forward so that we can take the pictures. Photographers, please assist us.
Please.
It's okay.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are inching to the end of this first day, which is full of reflections and discussions. We have explored the foundation and the challenges of regional integration through the African Public Square debate. This afternoon, we had deepened future reflections and the economic dimensions of this integration. Let me warmly thank all our panelists, moderators, and even you, the public, for the quality of your interventions and commitments. I'd like to inform you that we have a dinner tonight at 7:30. We would see you at that dinner for us to have ECOWAS of the peoples. We will have the honor of having Dr. Ibn Chambers, who will be representing the African Union on how to silence the guns, and Professor Abdoulaye Bachili, who is the special envoy of Senegal on international affairs. That will be an important opportunity to have informal discussions and networking. We hope to see you there. Buses will be positioned outside to take you back to your hotels. So see you this evening and rest well.